pardon our dilatory start today. We were just getting all of our Y's and Fi's together. We are live here at Welcome All Park, 4255 Willie Road. We'll be here for a few hours, but out by 8. We're going to get out by 8. There's some other interesting political events happening, and I'm sure we'll talk about that when we get to public comments. Mr. Clerk, please sound the roll.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and the general public. This is a roll call for the September 10th, 2024 City Council work session. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gomes, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. Present. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4. Present. The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5. Present. The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
And the Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to city manager items. The city manager monthly report will be provided by our city manager, Sharon D. Subadan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The city manager report was provided by email, was also attached to the agenda. I am subject to your questions. It included the financial report as well as the transportation update.
Mr. Clerk, you are going to pull that queue up for me. Thank you.
And I did get a couple questions from Councilwoman Rao. Did you see our answers?
Yes, that's
Okay.
why I'm not asked.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Subadan, thank you for the reports. I know that we went back and forth about the tennis center, but the question was asked, did we get the sprinkler system repaired for the clay courts?
I know we're working on the course. That would happen in conjunction with it. And did you see the response on the issues with the lights?
I did, but nobody responded about the sprinkling system.
Okay, we'll follow up and make it clear. But
Okay.
those two things, the courts and the sprinkler system, would happen together.
Okay. The other thing is the roundabout on Welcome Mall and Gillette. Are we still on schedule for that? Because there's going to be some development on that road, and I just want to make sure that we're on schedule so that we won't have a lot of interruptions with the traffic. Because the development is going to bring more density.
We'll have to get back with you on that one.
Okay, and then can you also give me an update on the one on Demooney and Stonewall Tail?
Okay, we'll get back on both.
Chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Subadan, I received some calls from some of my constituents yesterday, and I just want to have you confirm, at any time have I asked you to defund or remove any monies from the budgets of Old National District, Red Oak District, or even the Economic Development Department? Have I asked for you to do anything fiscally to any of those entities at any time?
No, nobody has. Well, first of all, the budget is a policy decision made by the council, so individual council members can't request removal of an item from the budget.
Thank you. I yield.
All right, the chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm City Manager. I have a couple of questions with regards to transportation. And I believe I sent an email from the schools up on Hall Road and Jones Road with the contractor that's building, I think, 7200 Hall Road, them closing down the lanes when schools are entering and being dismissed?
We did get with them and with the schools, and so I don't know if we did circle back with you, but we did, I apologize, we did reach out to them about stopping traffic during the pickup time.
And they've agreed to curtail that?
We asked them to do that.
Okay. Thank you. The other thing that I wanted to follow up with you on, thank you guys for the work that has been done on Wilkerson Mill Park. I know it's not completed yet, but we had our event there on Saturday, and it was looking much better. I'm still concerned that we don't have any cameras in there, especially now. Well, they've already done donuts on the new parking and new parking lot, and now we have fresh white concrete. So I'm concerned without any eyes there, without the park being locked. I happened to just drive by there. I didn't really go in the park last week when I was on the road relatively late, and they were crossing the park. And I was like, we shouldn't be having it. So I'm still concerned that we don't have any cameras on that park and City Grove Park, even if it's a few to deter people from the activities in the park. So just want to put that out there, okay?
All right, we'll have an update for you.
Thank you, then. Thank you all. I yield.
All right. Seeing and hearing none others in the queue, I'm checking. Let me just make sure Councilwoman Williams-Brown doesn't have any questions. All right. Please sound the next item.
That brings us to presentations. The first presentation this evening will be the City of South Fulton Urban Planning, Design, and Architectural Support Services. This will be presented by Assistant City Manager Carmen Davis and Artie Jones, Director of the Economic Development Department.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you mind putting on the presentation? Mr. Jones is caught up in traffic, so he will be jumping in as soon as he walks through the door, but I will kickstart the presentation. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I want to present today our presentation regarding the urban planning and design work that will be taking place regarding some of our revitalization and redevelopment efforts. And so first I want to give you a little background on that, and then we'll talk about where we are today and then the next steps. So as you know, City Council has approved several districts for revitalization, and which one is the Red Oak District, Old National Park District, as well as, the fourth one is an area in District 4. And so what we're doing right now is working through those districts and following the implementation that it was adopted by City Council for us to move forward on. So with that, I want to share that, give you a background regarding the different Main Street districts. We have been working with Ms. Elizabeth Elliott, who is the planning director there at the Georgia Department of Community Affairs. And so she has been working with us and updating us on the status of the Main Street process, as well as the implementation of some of the revitalization efforts in those areas. And so what is the Main Street program? Just for the public to know, it is a signature program for community development and revitalization for in Georgia's historic downtowns. It represents some of the strongest central business districts in the state and east and southeast. Since it started, it designated community programs and instrumental in leading the state in historic preservation and small businesses. On your table, you do have a couple of brochures. One, it gives you detail about the Georgia Main Street program, and it pretty much gives you the key aspects of the program as well as the purpose of the program. And so the main aspects of the program is for economic vitality, design, promotion, and organization. And then the purpose is to preserve historic character, promote economic growth, promote community engagement and sustainability. And so those are the efforts that are taking place in Main Street districts. And that was one of the efforts that was encouraged through the resolution of those two Main Street districts. Since that time, we have, also we have attached is a copy of the process, the application process startup. And so there are 3 main steps. First, you must fill out the program interest form. There's an application associated with it, as well as the associated deadlines and requirements. And then also there's a step 3, which if we are invited to join the Main Street Startup Program, there are different requirements such as an agreement will be formed, membership will be established, staffing, a board is established, as well as training is available for the manager and the board. So just to give you a synopsis of where we are today. As I mentioned, we have met with Ms. Elliott, and I will correct her title. Her title is Downtown Preservation Planner for the Georgia Department of Community Affairs. She apologized for not being here today. She did have a previous engagement, but she is certainly open to come and present before the City Council to go through the details of the process as well as the application process, and also any other questions that you may have for her. We want to share with those 2 districts that have been sanctioned by the by the City Council to pursue a designation. We have met with Ms. Elliott, and some information we have learned through the process. And so in that process, we did learn that in 2021, that an application was submitted, but it was incomplete. And so to date, there has not been a complete application submitted to the Department of Community Affairs concerning our 2 districts. In that process, there has been a number of factors that contributed to not pursuing the application, such as the previous leadership at that time asked to hold off in pursuing application due to a few factors. One was there were a few vacancies in the advisory board, as well as some transition that was happening in the department's leadership as well as the staff. And then the department was unable to meet some of the deadlines that were posed for the application. And so with those issues, the pursuit of the application was not fulfilled. In addition, at that time, staff did ask the Department of Community Affairs to evaluate the 2 districts, Red Oak and Old National districts, to determine whether they were eligible to be an affiliate level status. And it was determined by DCA that Red Oak would be eligible for the affiliated status. However, Old National, due to the nature of its situation on a high commercial highway, traveled highway, that it did not necessarily fit the typical profile for the traditional commercial node considered for the Main Street designation. So therefore, DCA, though, was very open to explore other future designation for Old National after it has established success in its programming and approach. Later, because of the evaluation of DCA concerning its eligibility to qualify as an affiliate level status, Old National Advisory Board took action to pursue the Main Street principles with the goal of revitalizing and redesigning the district, which aligned with City Council's actions to revitalize certain commercial districts that Mr. Artie Jones, the Director of Economic Development, will speak about further in our presentation. But Ms. Elliott did advise staff concerning our logo. And one thing that she did say that it is not illegal, or nor was it inappropriate for our logo. However, she did advise that and recommended that we may consider removing the Main Street on that, on the logo, due to the fact that it could cause some misunderstanding or mixed messages to the public that the district was or is a Main Street brand. But it is appropriate for that, as long as we're not using the state logo or the national Main Street logo. And so with the next steps, Mr. Artie coming to the room? So now that he's here, we'll talk about the next steps in the redevelopment process. And in that process, we will make sure communication is given on a periodic basis to City Council to keep you informed and updated as to the progress to these efforts. And I will turn it over to Mr. Jones to share the next steps concerning the revitalization efforts.
Let me see. Mr. Jones, over here. Just let me know which slides you would like, if any at all, okay?
Go back to the second. Third slide. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
I'm going to provide you guys with a little bit of background to let you know how we got to the point that we are right now. The Old National District and the Red Oak Main Street Programs Advisory Boards and Bylaws was established December 12, 2021. The objective of these Main Street programs was to establish a robust, sustainable, and inclusive revitalization initiative that adheres to the best practices as outlined by the Georgia Main Street Program through the Department of Community Affairs. Next, the Washington Road Pedestrian Safety Study was completed in 2020, where the City of South Fulton partnered with the Atlanta Regional Commission to conduct a pedestrian safety study along Washington Road between Roosevelt Highway and North Commerce Drive. The primary goal of this study was to recommend specific changes to increase the safety of pedestrians and accessibility for pedestrians. Next, we had the Old National Livable Centers Initiative, LCI, and this final report was completed in 2022. This report aims to provide a comprehensive vision of the Old National Corridor, identifying the optimal uses and strategies for collaboration with community organizations. And then the City of South Fulton was actually awarded $11,352,517 in ARPA funding under the American Rescue Plan. Of that money, $250,000 was set aside for the Department of Economic Development for Economic Recovery Commercial Node Development. And that was, like I said, in 2021. Now, due to significant interest from mayor and council, the mayor, the city council, and the community in attracting retail, restaurants, and other services to our city, it was deemed necessary to conduct an analysis of how much of our residents are spending outside the City of South Fulton city limits, providing us with valuable insights into the city's spending power. Now, on June 20th, 2024, the city engaged the Sizemore Group through a solicitation of an RFP for urban planning and design services for 3 distinct areas. The first area was the Old National Corridor. The second area was the Red Oak area. And the third area was the South Fulton Parkway Cedar Grove Road intersection in District 4. On May 15th in 2024, the City Council unanimously approved the contract for the Sizemore Group to actually provide urban design planning services at $249,700. Community meetings will be scheduled to engage residents in each of these distinct study areas. And then, of course, the city engaged, the city currently exhibits a significant amount of leakage within the city. Approximately, in 2023, approximately $533 million of leakage. The citizens spent money outside the City of South Fulton than inside the City of South Fulton. So that's why we engaged retail strategies to help us to identify what the specific leakage is, those areas of focus of retailers that we need to go after, and also devise a plan, a recruitment plan, a strategy to be able to secure those retailers and other types of amenities to the city of South Fulton. This particular recruitment plan is currently underway, and a report will be forthcoming within the next month and a half to provide more details of what those strategies are and what that leakage is and those areas of that leakage. The next steps in the process is a number of community meetings. You guys may have heard that there was community meetings that was started to be able to solicit feedback from the community. For the urban planning design, which the Sizemore group, I believe, oh, they're in the back. The Sizemore group, they're in the room, but they do some excellent work. Right now, what they're doing is they're going to be setting up community meetings in each of the 3 distinct areas of the community where these studies are actually underway, and they will be putting together strategies on what that infrastructure looks like. Retail strategies, on the other hand, is the group dealing with the retail and identifying the leakage, and they're going to identify the types of development, the retailers, the amenities that will go in those areas throughout the city. This retail strategy study is actually happening citywide, so it will be broken out in each district, the types of retail that is most appropriate for those within all the districts. Of course, we cannot force the private sector to invest in any particular area. We have to be able to secure those retailers, those vendors, those investors, and have them to actually develop in those areas that they feel most comfortable with. Are there any questions?
Is that the end of your presentation?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Could we have, I'm sorry, Ms. Davis, could we have you come up? As the queue opens, I just want to clarify some things that have been out there, right?
Yes, sir.
The affiliate status, is that any lower or lesser status than a regular? Could you talk about the levels?
Yes, there are 4 levels. I don't believe I have all the levels. There is, do you remember all the levels? Affiliate is the lowest and the 4th level. And the affiliate specifically is a basic level where you still enjoy the benefits of being a Main Street designation, but they offer additional assistance to help you move and progress further into the next step would be classic. And so I know that is the 3rd level. I do not recall the 4th level. We'll get that.
The exceptional, I do see this. I do see this here.
Okay,
I guess
good.
there was some discussion that the affiliate status might not be a full Main Street or a real Main Street, or that we couldn't progress to these other levels. I just wanted to disabuse the public of that.
Thank you for doing that, Mr. Mayor. That is correct. It is still a Main Street program. It is still a Main Street official designation, and it still offers the same benefits of all the services and resources that are allowed through the Main Street program.
Okay. And this question is for Mr. Jones. I love the retail strategies. I cannot wait to get that information. I think that will be great for not only our economic development, but also our comp plan. And Sizemore, we've approved to do our comp plan. They're not doing the retail loss study. That one is something separate.
Yes, sir. Retail Strategies is a separate company.
Okay.
Altogether, they focus only on retail and vendors and recruitment of vendors for communities. But of course, retail, the Sizemore group, they focus on infrastructure development and planning.
And so this $249,000 contract is for what? And have we started it yet, or we haven't even spent any of that money?
Yes, we have. We have started. I'm sorry. Yes, we have started the project. We're about probably 15% into the project overall. It's urban design. What it is if I can use College Park as an example in 6 West, that was one urban redevelopment plan. we're actually doing 3 redevelopment plans in the city of South Fulton. On the Old National Corridor, Districts 5, 6, and 7, the Red Oak District, District 3, and then, of course, in District 4.
And that, because we just heard that and please help me understand, the Old National District, can it never become a main street, or is it just highly unusual for a highway? And that's the first part of the question. And the second part is, if we don't move forward with that part, do we still move forward with the Sizemore study for the redesign? Because I know there's an LCI, I know there's a couple things happening on Old National.
Right. Well, the information that we've received from Ms. Elliott from the Georgia Department of Community Affairs said that it would be very, very, very difficult, if impossible, to have the Old National Corridor to become a Main Street program or get a designation. However, the 4-point approach that is used in Main Street programs can still be used on the Old National Corridor. So you can still use the strategies to be able to make the Old National Corridor a very nice, robust redevelopment area, but it will just never be able to get that designation. I believe that the goal from mayor and city council and also the community is that we redevelop these areas and that we bring those amenities and that retail to the community. So using the 4-point approach can do that.
And let me add to that. We were assured by Ms. Elliott that although if Old National is not designated as a Main Street program there, we still can enjoy the benefits, assistance, and resources, and they will support us in our revitalization efforts on Old National.
That's awesome. Last question, just for clarity, how does this design contract comport with the LCI study that we're doing with the Hightower Group?
What it does is that the LCI serves as one of those building blocks. If you can imagine, what we received earlier with the LCI is kind of a 35,000-foot view of what the Old National Corridor should look like. The redevelopment plan that the urban design that's underway, the project that's underway right now, is a 5,000-foot plan, so it zeroes in a lot more and provides a lot more detailed information on what that development should look like block by block.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I'm going to open it up now to my colleagues on council, beginning with Old National Councilwoman Linda B. Pritchett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for recognizing me again. Thank you for the presentation. I do have a few questions. So the pursuit of the application seems to not have been fulfilled, and we didn't have everything that we needed in place to complete the application process. Do we understand clearly what we did not have to complete the application process at that time?
Yes, from my understanding that the application was submitted without the resolution. Although council did approve the resolution was not included with the application, which caused it to be an incomplete application.
So we were never notified of this?
I believe staff was at the time, but then at some point in the process, as I mentioned, it was held back through some of the factors that were happening in the department, through vacancies on the board, changes in staff leadership, and also not able to meet the application timeline at that venture.
And so here, in the paperwork that was provided, it talks about that there needs to be some Main Street these programs should represent diversified revenue streams, robust enough to support the salaries, office space, supplies, staff, that type of thing. So at this time, the city is providing that source of funding. Do we have a plan or a strategy for additional revenue streams for these?
Not at this time that I'm aware of.
Okay. And then lastly, with regard to it's a little bit confusing between the urban planning and design and the retail strategies. I believe the Sizemore Group is here, and Mr. Jones mentioned that there'll be meetings planned throughout the districts. I know that some meetings were put on a calendar before. However, the council members I can speak for 5, 6, and 7. We were not spoken to, or we were not included in that scheduling. And I do think that it's important that, we be involved in this process. Is the Sizemore group going to work with us to be able to talk about these type of plans so that we can include this information in our newsletters, mailers, so that we'll have talking points and a point of understanding to be able to answer questions for our constituents? Because, although I think this is great, it's just important to have some communication and some information on both sides so that no one's caught blindsided.
Absolutely. And those meetings were held back for the purpose of having this meeting to make sure that all the council members were informed of the next steps in the process and the efforts that are going on. And so we canceled or postponed those meetings to make sure that we will schedule the meetings according to your schedule as best we can. So you will be involved, you will be alerted, you will receive notification, and we'll be contacting you to make sure that we have the dates of your availability within the time frame of the project process. So I assure you, you'll be involved and we will let you know. And as I said earlier, we will also keep you updated on the progress of the plan.
Thank you so much. I yield.
All right, our next speaker is the Central Old National Councilwoman, Natasha Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor, for recognizing me. And I have 2 questions. The first being so that I can be clear in my own understanding and my own thinking. Did I hear and understand correctly that neither Red Oak nor Old National have been approved or have submitted an application, a proper application for the Main Street designation?
Councilwoman, you did hear correctly.
Thank you. My second question is, I know that there has been some sort of funding that has been allocated to Red Oak and Old National for these revitalization efforts. However, when I look at the budget, as you are no doubt aware, all we have is lump sum numbers in the budget. There is no line item detail to show how these funds are being allocated. Are you able to speak to how much funding has been allocated to Red Oak and how much funding has been allocated to Old National?
At this time, I'm not able to speak to the funding, but we certainly can get you that information very soon.
Okay, thank you, because I do want to ensure that as we are going forward with whatever the plan is, that in terms of revitalization, that the Old National Corridor is being funded equally and equitably to any other revitalization efforts that are happening. I mean, I not that I anticipate that, there would be a deficit in funding for Old National, because certainly nobody in the city would try to shortchange us as the only commercial corridor in the city. But I would like to see it on paper so that I can be settled in my own thinking and understanding that there is equity in terms of the dollars being allocated toward these efforts.
Yes, duly noted.
Thank you.
All right, and now over to Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we need to look at all of the funding for these 3 areas. Certainly, I think we are now just starting to have conversations about this area in District 4. But I really thank you all for the presentation. The couple of questions that I have are surrounding how does these impact the TADs that we have? What's the relationship in selecting these areas versus the TADs that we're supposed to be establishing? Because I believe the last I heard was that there was some needed work to be done on those TADs as well. So where are we with those? And I know this area for District 4 was not one of the areas that was allocated with a TAD. It was the other side of District 4. And I was asked by the project that's going right across the street if we would consider putting a TAD there as well. So I guess we just need to have some conversation about how all this would work together. So how does these impact the TADs that we have right now?
I'm not sure.
Anything?
The tax allocation district, as you probably remember, it's a mechanism where you can use the future property value, the taxes that would be collected to finance infrastructure development. How would the urban plan, the urban design plan affect the TAD? Well, it would definitely affect districts 5, 6, and 7 because that's the part of the tax allocation district, and it would definitely affect District 3 also in the Red Oak area. What it's going to do is that the more marketing that we do, the urban plan, once it is completed, and the more development that we attract to that particular area, we will be able to get more taxes, more tax revenue to improve the infrastructure in that area. So in addition to maybe getting a restaurant to locate or a hotel or some other asset to locate there, the city will be able to come in and put in nice sidewalks. They'll be able to come in and put up nice street lighting, like historic type lighting. They'll be able to put down concrete pavers and other types of infrastructure. How will this, now within District 4, of course, there is not a tax allocation district in that area, but it's only going to increase the urban plan is only going to attract attention to the city of South Fulton, attract investors, and from that point, we will be able to develop more retail, more property within the area to increase tax revenues for the city as a whole.
So the TAD that overlaps between District 2 and District 4?
Yes, sir.
It's on the other side of Cascade Palmetto. So I was basically asking, I'm not sure, beside the project that was mentioned, I believe, what's the name of it, Councilmember Gums? I forgot. There was a project that was mentioned in your district, by the river? Westwood. Besides Westwood, I don't know of any other development that's slated to be in that area, and there's a lot of land, so I could understand why that was designated as a TAD even before I got here. But the thing that the other thing I wanted us to focus on is, yes, we're doing these studies, but the feds have been kind of holding back cutting interest rates. And that is probably likely to happen sometime September or October. And from what I heard, it is likely going to spur a lot of buildings and a lot of building very quickly. While I believe in us doing studies, I also believe in us building our plane while we're flying it as well. So what is our strategy, for instance, to support retail coming to City Grove Village Center, which might be breaking ground before the end of the year? Because as you and I have talked, even the amount of leakage that we know that's coming from there, even in groceries, I just don't want us to say we're doing these studies so we kind of hold off and working on other things that we know are imminent. So that's why I'm asking, what is your strategy over current development that's happening anyway before we even finish these studies to to make sure we at least can help dictate what goes in those areas.
Madam City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, can I jump in?
Go ahead.
So quite honestly, when development comes, that piece lives in CDRA. And what we have done in the fiscal 25 budget, we've added positions in CDRA, and there's going to be some reorganization, especially around LDPs, because that's usually where developers have a hard time, because there's so many requirements of the land development permit process, and not all of those are ours. Some of those are the state's, some are Fulton County, Atlanta watershed. There's a large, multifaceted approach, and oftentimes developers get stuck in that process. So part of the initiatives that we brought forward is to add additional resources to be able to kind of handhold developers through that process. So in doing so, it will assist them with moving through the development process.
That's getting the project on the way. That's not really saying to me what we help them to put there. In other words, if they're open, like for instance, that project is, to us suggesting some of the things we want to go there, what's the process we have right now to help them do that, to work with the community to help them to do that?
Okay. Well, to kind of talk about larger development like Westwood, a couple of things, three things are actually going on. First and foremost, that's why we have retail strategies, to be able to identify the types of retail that are going to be most, have the highest likelihood of being able to be attracted to the city of South Fulton and the retail that we would like to have. With the urban plan and design through the Sizemore Group, not only are they going to tell us what that landscape should look like, but they're also going to provide us with a strategy and how much it's going to cost to actually develop that particular, attract that development and move forward with development. How much does the city of South Fulton need to put in to be able to prime the well, to be able to get the rest of the water floating and that development coming in? And then third is that the Economic Development Office is also working with these developers, and they are asking us every other day, when is this, the retail strategy study going to be done? Because they would like to know, they are trying to work with the city and the Development Authority and the other economic development advisories to be able to partner to be able to help their developments, become successful. The last thing they want to do is develop something and to have it remain empty and have no one there. The last thing they want to do is develop something and not have people around, or have it develop something in the wrong area and don't have the people around to be able to patronize that business to help the project to be successful.
I think we probably need to take this offline. So I'll, to Madam City Manager, reach out, because I think we need to make some connections kind of sooner rather than later. Okay? Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, the chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. I think it was a couple months ago, our CDR director did a breakdown of the businesses by district, and I think District 1 basically had more businesses than almost all the district combined because of Fulton Industrial. I want to know why, or what are we going to do to support the redevelopment, particularly of Fulton Industrial? And I say that because the city has been working hand in hand with the Development Authority in Fulton County, but I think we need our own plan about what the city is going to do, outside of those efforts. Of course, we're supporting, but it is our jurisdiction, so that's my first question. And then, how can the Economic Development Department highlight those parcels, commercial parcels, that we either have tax abatements on? I know it's 2 on Campbellton Road. There may be others in the city, to promote those so that developers know that those are opportunities. Because, one of the things we're trying to get, of course, is some restaurants on Campbellton Road. I don't know that that's widely known that we have a couple parcels that have abatements on it. How do we get that word out there? Those are the kind of questions I have.
Okay. Going back to your what can we do, I guess, to work with Fulton County and the CID, Fulton County Development Authority and the CID to work more closely with them to encourage more development, because it's in the city of South Fulton, not in, well, it's in Fulton County too, but it's our jurisdiction. Well, I work closely with Ms. Langford, and who's the executive director over Fulton County Development Authority, and I'm very much aware of the RFP that went out. I'm working with Fulton County Economic Development Department also in their plans, their strategy to be able to attract development. Once the retail strategies plan is done, I'll be sharing that information with them also, so that we can, because they're doing a retail study citywide, and we want to make sure that we go after the best type of retail and for the city of South Fulton. And second, we want to make sure that they're aware of the projects and programs that are going on in the city of South Fulton also, because sometimes we're going after the same developments. That happened just recently, within the last couple of months, and it was great that we communicated with them to kind of figure out that one developer was trying to play us off of one another, but we were able to get through that, and we should have a nice project coming to the city of South Fulton soon. Going to the second part of your question, which I lost my train of thought.
Highlighting tax exempt, if we have additional properties that have tax abatements, promoting those so we can attract development to those sites. And just for the follow-on question about what you said, I really was speaking about a plan for ourselves. I think you are plugged in. I feel very plugged in the efforts that are going on, along FIB. But again, I don't think we have a clear plan about what we're doing to kind of contribute to that.
Right.
That's what I'm really looking for. And I hear what you're saying about retail strategies, but I think it goes even broader than that. And I think that's a multiple department approach, from, road repaving, sidewalks, like the whole piece to attract the commercial development. I think we need a plan for that area. We can talk about it. It's the largest industrial base east of the Mississippi River. We need to treat it like that. So that's just my.
Right. Well, I do understand what you're saying. More so now, because the Fulton County Development Authority owns the property, and because they're a government entity, we try our best to work with them side by side, because I don't say that we don't have much skin in the game, but it's kind of hard when you don't own the property and you're driving the development process. But there's other ways that we could get more involved with them, just as far as the properties that are just outside that redevelopment area. There's lots of property around it. So that's what I'm looking at being able to do, is to partner with them to kind of figure out, okay, if this is going to go in this area, what can we put around it to complement it and to make it bigger and better than what it is? There might be an opportunity that we need to acquire some property in that particular area to hold it for ourselves, to make sure that we don't have someone locating a business that is less than attractive, or one that we would like to have.
I'm okay with that. I'll be following up, but I do want to see a plan that we capitalize on what they're doing and extend it. So thanks.
Tax abatements.
Yeah.
You're asking about that. And are you talking about marketing that we provide tax abatements?
Yes. Or even highlighting the properties that currently we've approved them on. I know the Development Authority has done that for a
Yes.
couple parcels, but we haven't got the development yet, so.
Right. And the thing is that we're going to be doing several things. The Development Authority, and this is not, we've been working on it. We have a committee, vision committee. They're actually working on developing an in-detailed website that's going to talk about the Development Authority, and as far as tax abatements and the various types of incentives that's available through the Economic Development Office. In addition to that, we're going to be working on providing we have a link that is live right now that provides the available commercial properties within the city of South Fulton. So if somebody wants to lease a piece of property or purchase a piece of commercial property, they can go to the website, click on the link for free, and to be able to find property that's available in the city of South Fulton for development. Now, depending upon the size of the project, the amount of an investment, they may or may not want to take advantage of a tax abatement, but we have to get out in front of these projects, like a couple of the projects that are underway right now. We're going to be doing groundbreakings with City Council, Development Authority board members at these large mega-type projects so that we can get in front of the public eye to say that there is not just a Fulton County Development Authority here, but there's a South Fulton Development Authority that is just as active in economic development and providing tax abatements.
All right, thank you. Next, the Red Oak Councilwoman, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. I'm District 3 Councilperson. Red Oak is in District 3. Thank you, Mr. Jones. I have a couple of questions. Number one, I want to thank you, and I want to thank my Red Oak Historic District board who's in attendance tonight to hear this presentation and to support you. And I want to thank you all for all of your work and efforts that you have put forth to revitalize the Red Oak Historic District area. I just, before you were hired by the city of South Fulton, there were three things that was put in place. There was a tax anticipation district, and we identified 2 TADs. And before we could do that, I had to work with a state legislator to get permission for us to put the TAD referendum for the residents to vote for us to have TADs, and that was Maria Metz. Then we established the CVB board, the Convention Visitor Bureaus. Then we established the Red Oak Main Street. Now, when I do legislation, I do a lot of research. I just don't put forth legislation without understanding how it's going to manifest in our city. And I knew Red Oak qualified as a Main Street program. I knew the first step to even establish a Red Oak Street program was to create a resolution. Now, the OND, that was the former council member from District 5. We all support everything that the council brings forth for the Old National Corridor District. We have never turned down anything, hence why the only economic development office in the city, for this entire city, is located on Old National Highway. That was done previous to you getting here. Councilmember Gums, Rao, and former councilmember Khalid, we did the groundbreaking for that. And so this notion that things are not equitable is not true. We have always pushed for funding to be placed in the areas that we are redeveloping. And the other thing is, what's good for Old National is good for the city. What happens in Red Oak is good for the entire city. And so my question to you is, the way that we have been operating the Red Oak District, have we been doing anything wrong or illegal?
To my knowledge, we have not been doing anything wrong with the Red Oak Main Street District, not to my knowledge. And the conversations that we've had today with the state, the Department of Community Affairs, they said that we are doing what we're supposed to be doing. They're looking forward to working with us and hopefully us moving forward. trying to get a designation as an affiliate and hopefully moving forward. But not to my knowledge have we been doing anything wrong or not knowingly at least.
Well, and I want to apologize to my Red Oak Historic Advisory Board because, and you witnessed this this month, they were, their meeting was disrupted. They were questioned. They were accused of doing things wrong, doing something wrong. And I am very proud of the efforts that they have put forth in the Red Oak Historic District. They have brought a lot of pride back to the community. We had our first mural last year. There are other things coming Red Oak Historic District way. People love the logo, and they love, and I know that you are working on way signage as well. Now, as far as the location of the office, is it or is it not true that one of the requirements is for us to have a Main Street office in the Main Street area?
Yes, that would be a requirement that the Main Street manager actually be located in the district that he represents. Yes, ma'am.
And, you know, we had a Main Street office, but when it was decided by this council unanimously to move the economic development office on Old National, I didn't scream, kick. I waited patiently because I knew we had purchased a building on Campbell Road in 2022, and that building just got the funding for renovation for the 2025 budget. So we've been waiting 3 years to renovate that building for the Main Street office and the Economic Development office. The other thing is the revenue streams that we talk about that this Main Street is supposed to have. When it is that established, most main streets, a lot of the main streets have 501c3 designations. They go after grants. And they also have galas and fundraisers. And so just like we fund the development authorities until they can, you know, develop their own stream of revenue, this is the same concept.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman, that's your time.
Okay, I'll be back in the queue. Thank you.
Old National Councilwoman Pritchett, I'm calling out the Main Street districts that we have. Old National Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Jones, in my district, there is an apartment complex. It's new. And I think I had mentioned it to you. It's off of Oakley Industrial. And I really wasn't aware that it was actually mine because of the Fairburn, South Fulton bordering thing. And so in this apartment complex, the bottom part has retail. And and it's something that I have not seen anywhere else in the city, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. And so I'm wondering if with all these strategies, if we're going to be able to start identifying these type of retail spaces that are just kind of hanging out there and may not have been approached, so that we can start giving them some ideas or finding out what type of plans they may have, you know, to move forward with retail or, you know, that type of thing, since that area has like a lot of density.
Right. Well, we're always open and willing to work with businesses as far as developers if they have space available. On the website that I was telling you about that we have on the Economic Development website, Resimplify, it not only provides those properties that are available, but if you have someone that owns property, commercial property, all they have to do is email or call in to the website and they will actually update the website with their information, marking it also. So if you know of anyone that has any space that's available and they want to put it out there, an additional layer of marketing that is free of charge, that's paid for by the Economic Development Office, please reach out to the Economic Development Office, Resimplify.
Okay, and my second question, Mr. Jones, this recent, certainly, ma'am, thank you so much. Is that better? Okay, so Mr. Jones, that you can recall, have I attended a Red Oak meeting at all recently or ever that you can recall?
Bad memory. I have to ask my staff.
I do too. Well,
No, ma'am.
to my recollection, I haven't either. So I'm just saying this because I want this to be clear for citizens. I just heard Councilwoman Willis speak about somebody disrupted a Red Oak meeting and people were questioned, and I don't know what happened. I don't know what's going on. But I just want it to be clear that I have nothing to do with it at all. And I yield.
All right, our other Old National, we have 3 Old National councilwomen, but the other one speaking tonight, Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor, for recognizing me. And let me just say, before anybody sends out yet another email of accusations, that I have not been to any meetings whatsoever, and in fact have not been in proximity of the Economic Development Director since October of 2023, when we were both at the Trunk or Treat celebration at New Life Presbyterian. So before y'all stick my name in anything, it ain't me. That being said, I do want to ask a question about, and thank you, Councilman Sebastian, for bringing this up. I do want to ask about all of the contracts, then the various things that are going on as it pertains to revitalization efforts for both Red Oak and the Old National District, because we have in fact executed, I think, contracts with the Sizemore Group. We've got the Old National LCI. We've got the Washington Road pedestrian study. There are all these different things that seem to stand alone. And I am not sure who this question is directed to, whether it's the city manager or whomever, but is it possible to get a report to council tying all of these various initiatives together into one coherent whole, so that when residents question us about what is going on, we are not trying to cobble together pieces of information from here, there, and everywhere about what it is that we are doing. Because again, you know, there's, as we are all aware, and there's a Red Oak Main Street logo that has been developed and publicized. There are meetings that have been publicized using the Red Oak Main Street logo. We are now hearing from Assistant City Manager Carmen Davis that neither Red Oak nor Old National are main streets, and certainly this council has not processed or approved any legislation to designate either of these areas as a main street. We are merely in the process, if I am understanding everything that's been said correctly, we are merely in the process of going through the application process to potentially get approval for Red Oak as an affiliate of the Main Street program, which certainly is not a Main Street program designation. I know that there has been quite a bit of agitation in the background with residents wanting to know what is going on, and, you know, lots of emails to and fro about this issue. So I think that for the public, so that we can be clear in our communication and we can be clear when we are talking to residents about what we are doing, can we get a comprehensive document that details exactly what the present state of affairs is, what these various contracts that we have approved are designed to do, and where do we go from here, and what is our path forward, so that as residents are bringing forward these questions and broaching these conversations, we are able to all sing from the same hymn book about what we're doing, why we're doing it, and what is happening, so that there is not this continued confusion around what has and has not been designated a main street in the city of South Fulton, with the understanding that neither the Georgia Department of Community Affairs nor this council as the city of South Fulton has designated any area of the city as a main street.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Williams. Brown, that's your time. Just one quick, I'm going to let Madam City Manager, you talk about this report, but as you get your thoughts together, I do just want to, as a point of information, correct something that was stated. This council did actually pass a resolution for Main Street under a previous economic development director, and they just never sent that in. So we did pass it, and now we're back here again. But go ahead.
Answer to the question is yes. We can pull together with our contractor a comprehensive overview. I'm glad you clarified on the record. An application was submitted. The application lacked the resolution, and because the resolution was not furnished by prior staff, the application was never complete. Everything else at the time was done besides the resolution. It just was never turned in. That was per Elizabeth Elliott today. At a later date, it was pulled by previous management. And yes, we can pull together a report. I think we have all the information. And, you know, it is true that there are studies that have been done. One of the reasons, I'm going to circle back to the budget, one of the reasons we are funding the first year of our CIP this year is because plans get adopted and then there's no money to implement. And so what we're trying to do this time is fund the plan so that we can actually realize results.
So let me follow up by asking this question.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Willis. Councilwoman Williams Brown, that's your time. You can, I think that was your second time.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
I'll take it
All right.
Yes,
but I'm sure she'll get to your questions. Councilwoman Willis, this is your second time.
Just to clarify, you know, the confusion sometimes come from us. The economic development director and the assistant manager just gave a thorough, detailed report. And it's still being said that this council did not adopt a resolution to create the Red Oak. We certainly did. It was my resolution. It was done in 2021. There was a resolution to designate Red Oak Historic District as a Main Street program. So there is a resolution. Mrs. Davis, is it or is it true, or Mr. Wharton, is it or is it true that it is okay for us to continue operating in the vein that we are operating in? Are we doing anything wrong? Are we doing anything illegal?
No, as we stated before, there's nothing wrong or illegal. And just to clarify on your resolution, the resolution does not create the designation.
Right.
The resolution is the sanctioning of the city to pursue a designation. And so it was one part of the step application process to submit to DCA to let them know that we would like to be considered and go through the process. So it's just one step, but it does not create an approval for the official designation status. I just want to make sure, I didn't know if that would be a confusing piece of the puzzle as well.
I'm not confused about anything we're doing in the Red Oak, nor is the advisory board. We're not confused. Everybody else is confused. What I want people to do is do open record requests. What you can't dispute is what's in writing. I've done my open record requests. I have all the emails. And according to the attorney, anything that I obtained from the open record request is public information. Now, I hold on to some of the stuff because I don't think public discord is good for the city. So I am very disappointed that Red Oak Historic District Advisory Board was attacked in the way that they were attacked. That I saw certain things on social media, that certain things I read from my open record request emails. We are clear on what we're doing. They are clear on what they're doing. You just said that the logo isn't illegal. You just said that the way they're operating isn't illegal. What they're doing isn't illegal. It's not their job to follow up on applications. We are doing I did what I was supposed to do as a policymaker. I don't mess with them. I may go to a meeting every now and then. I wait till they come with me. You know, Trevor meet with me once a month. Before Trevor was here, Caitlin met with me once a month. We had a great relationship. I have a great relationship with Mr. Jones. He knows what he's doing. This isn't a First Main Street program that he has created. He has 2 decades of economic development experience. I just think people need to let this man do his job. Do the open record request. I'm asking everybody, if you want my open record request, just email me and I'll send them to you. Emails and what's put in black and white, it is what it is. I am looking forward to continuing taking the steps and supporting you all and continuing to take the steps to get the Main Street certified. But it has been said several times, there's nothing wrong with the logo. There's nothing wrong with the way that they've been operating. And according to Mr. Jones, he spoke with the state agency today, and didn't she say that you all were doing everything you're supposed to be doing? So I just would ask, if you're not going to support them, the Red Oak Historic District Advisory Board, Mr. Jones and his staff, leave them alone. They're working for the good of the city. One of the things that people said when they elected this body is that they wanted to revitalize Roosevelt Highway, Old National Highway. And they're doing a good job at it, even OND. I rode down on National Highway and they got banners highlighting the retail and the things that's going on Old National. So I'm asking you to support OND too. It's okay for y'all to operate in the vein that they're operating. It's okay, even though there would never be a Main Street program. From what I understand, it is okay for them to continue operating in the vein of a Main Street, correct? It's called the four approach organizing, correct? So it's okay for them to have bylaws. It's okay for them to meet monthly. And they're doing a good job.
All right, I'm going to move us forward. Speaking of next steps, Madam City Manager, is there any direction that you need from us at this time about these 2 contracts?
The contracts are fully executed. Unless directed otherwise, we will continue to move forward. I will say, I feel like we had a misstep in failing to notify the appropriate council members when we advertised the meetings, and that's on us, and that's been corrected. So we, realized that created a lot of confusion. There were scheduling conflicts, people were out of town. So we dropped the ball. We're fixing that to make sure that the council persons are available when we're going to be meeting with the contractor in their district. And it's a lesson learned for staff, because as we move forward with the comp plan, we want to make sure we have maximum council participation.
All right. I do have one. I'm going to hold it. Thank you both. Thank you for all of your hard work. Thank you for putting this together. Welcome to your first work session presentation.
Thank you.
ACM Davis.
And we will be in touch with each one of you on the dates. So you'll be hearing from me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next item on the agenda, we are holding University of Pennsylvania Center for Guaranteed Income Research. Our research partners are not available, so we are going to hold that to a following meeting, which means that we have time for a proper executive session. We might even be able to get back here on time at 6 o'clock for our zoning hearing. So I will ask for a motion to go into executive session at 5:30 after we have a 7-minute break, if we need to go into executive session.
Move to go
for
into
any
executive session for personnel, real estate, cybersecurity,
Litigation.
and litigation
items. Could we start that
Second.
at 5:30?
at 5:30.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's vote in the queue.
That was very definitive.
Could we?
Mayor.
We'll try when we come back. All right. We'll just take this vote by show of hands. We're voting in the queue at 6 o'clock.
Okay.
Corey, that motion approved 6-0. Councilmember Williams-Brown, are you voting? 6-0. We are recessed at 5:22 p.m.
Thanks. have enough right now. But more importantly, hold on 1 second before you make the motion. Is everyone switched over into the next meeting?
No.
All right. I will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to.
Second.
All right, it's been probably moved and seconded. Let's take that vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved 4-0. We are adjourned from the executive session at 6:12 p.m.
All right,
We're back
I
in
will
regular session.
All right, I will entertain a motion to adjourn the work session.
I move to adjourn the work session.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can I get a show of hands?
Record that motion approved 4-0, and we are adjourned at 6:12 p.m.
All right, I will now call to order our special call meeting for zoning and alcohol licenses. Mr. Clerk, please sound the roll.
This is the alcohol license
Oh,
zoning.
I'm sorry. I apologize profusely. Could we reconvene
We did.
the work session?
We did, and then we adjourned.
I know, but could we reconvene the work session?
Oh.
Oh,
Second.
all right, it's been properly moved and seconded.
I think you have to rescind the previous motion.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to rescind?
I moved to rescind the previous motion to adjourn.
All right, thank you. I'll take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved 4-0.
All right. I believe that there was one item in executive session for which we do need to take a public vote. Is that correct? All right. I will entertain a motion for that public vote.
City attorney. I don't think
Give me 1 second to confer with our city attorney.
Did that right.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
All right, I'll entertain that motion.
I need the exact amount of.
I just say G8.
Okay. I move to compensate the city clerk at a G20, increase his salary from a G20 6 scale to a G28.
Second.
Step 8.
Step 8.
G20, step 8.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. We'll take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved 6-0.
All right, and do we have Councilwoman Williams-Brown back with us? I'm sure you'll work on that. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a motion to end this work session.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the work session.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. We'll take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved 6-0. We are adjourned again at 6:15 p.m.
All right, and congratulations, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council.
All right, I will now call to order for real, this zoning public hearing. Would you go ahead, Mr. Clerk, and sound the roll?
Yes, sir. This is the roll call for the alcohol license zoning public hearings scheduled for September 10th, 6 p.m. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present?
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams-Brown, District 6. The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid. Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the first item.
Mr. Mayor, first on the agenda is alcohol license rezoning, variance and modifications for presentation and public hearing only. The first two cases are deferrals. The first one is a public hearing, case Z 24-012, CV 24-002, application by SECC Land LLC, care of Hakim Hilliard, requesting a rezoning from C1, Limited Commercial District, Cliftondale Overlay District, CUP, and AG1 to A1 Apartment Dwelling District at 0 Campbellton Circle to develop 314 multifamily units. The applicant is also seeking a concurrent variance to exceed the height restriction no more than 50 feet on 27.04 acres of land. It's located in Council District 2, and a deferral has been requested.
My apologies.
Can I just accept the deferral?
Yes, October the 8th.
I would like to make a motion to accept the deferral to October the 8th, 2024.
Second.
All right, that has been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take this vote in the queue.
Oh, I gotta switch over.
It's already switched.
Is everybody switched over?
I believe
Yes.
everyone was switched
Yeah,
over.
But nothing's coming up.
Yes.
Help me, Maurice, help me. But it's not letting me vote.
It just ain't come up.
I didn't switch over, I'm gonna be honest with you.
I need you.
Mine wasn't switched over. I still was on the work session.
Mine was switched over.
Is it ready?
I need
Y'all can go ahead and report.
Yeah.
Yes, so I won't hold anybody else. I'm looking for the link.
Councilmember Bell, did you register yours?
Technical difficulties.
Okay.
But yes.
Yes. So that motion to defer until the October 8th meeting was approved 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is also a deferral case, case Z24-015, application by Saeed Faraz requesting a rezoning from AG1 to R5 at 0 Allen Drive to develop a residential community with 24 units on 8.95 acres of land. It's located in Council District 5.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This is also a request to defer to October the 8th.
October 9th.
Hey,
I would like to motion to defer case number Z24-015 to October the 8th.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Are we ready to take this vote in the queue?
Councilmember Willis?
Yes, I'm here. I got you.
Okay. And Councilmember Bell? That motion was approved 7-0 to defer till October 8th.
All right, as you all, if you're following along, these first few cases are deferrals. We are going to hear some cases now. All right, please sound the next item.
The next item is an alcohol license application. It's a public hearing. The applicant, Vinvovine LLC, doing business as Vinvovine, has applied for an alcohol license for the wholesale sale of wine at 215 Marvin Miller Drive, South Fulton, Georgia 30336. This request is for a new license at this location. All applicable fees and inspections have been paid and passed. It's located in Council District 1. Staff approval, recommendation is approval. Staff?
Good evening, City Mayor, City Council, City Manager. The application for Vinvovine LLC, doing business as Vinvovine, located at 215 Marvin Miller Drive, Southwest, South Fulton, Georgia, 30336, has met all the legal requirements to obtain a wholesale-only alcohol license at this location. This location is a new location. The business is not open to the public. It's wholesale only, so therefore no safety plan was submitted, and staff recommendation is approval.
All right, thank you. We're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Is the applicant present? All right, you can come forth to the mic. Anyone else that would like to speak in support, if you all would line up behind the applicant. You will have 10 minutes. You'll see that time on your clock here. You may want to reserve some of the balance of your time for anyone else speaking in support and for rebuttal if there are people speaking in opposition. Please make sure that you start by stating your address and your name, and your time starts now.
Hello. We are located on 215 Marvin Miller Drive. That is in Atlanta, Georgia, 30336. My name is Eduardo Fernandez, and my wife.
I am Silvana Milesi.
Hello to everybody. We've been trying to be on this place for a long time. We opened a business in 2017, 2019 before COVID, and COVID messed up that business. We start another business right now. We start on March 2023. Our goal is, grow a lot, bring new jobs for the community, make a lot of customers here and outside USA. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any speakers in opposition, Mr. Clerk?
I'm not aware of any speakers in opposition.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and this is in District
1.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and ask, as is always our custom, we're going to open I'm going to close the public hearing and open the discussion up, acknowledging the district representative, Dr. Rao.
I don't have any questions. Lieutenant Esprit basically said his wholesale is not open to the public. That was my only question, so.
It's correct.
All right. Any other questions or comments? All right. Seeing and hearing none, we will vote on this item next council meeting, which is Tuesday, September the 24th at Southwest Arts Center, 915 New Hope Road. Point of information, you are, though Atlanta is on your postcode, sometimes you are in the city of South Fulton, so you can proudly tell everyone that.
All right. I will.
All right. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next items are zoning and use permit cases. We're on item D. It's a public hearing. KHU 24-012 and CV 24-002. Application by 1993 LLC, care of David White, requesting a special use permit to construct a multi-story self-storage facility at 0 Subadan Road in the mixed-use district, Sandtown Overlay. The applicant is also seeking a concurrent variance to reduce parking requirements. This is located in Council District 1. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is denial. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mayor and members of council, I am Reginald McClendon, Managing Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs. This is case U24-012/CV24002 for 0 Subadan Road. This is an application for a special use permit to operate a self-storage facility at 0 Subadan Road, which is in the Sandtown Overlay District, also the Mixed Use District. This is over in the Sandtown Publix area. The staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is also denial.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, is the applicant present?
Yes, sir. And he has a presentation as well.
All right, as you've heard, you have 10 minutes. Make sure that you state your name and address. You may want to reserve some of the balance of your time for rebuttal or anybody else speaking in support. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Clerk. My name is David White with Civil Logistics, 500 Sun Valley Drive, Suite H3. Thank you for taking the time to hear our case today and to review the self-storage facility. As the clerk said, we're seeking a special use permit and concurrent variance for parking, for reduction in parking. Just a quick overview. The self-storage facility is a low traffic generating use, so it's not going to bring a lot of infrastructure needs to the road system. It also doesn't use much water and sewer. Again, very low infrastructure. There's been a lot of residential development in this area, and there's very low supply. Actually, no self-storage facilities within a 4-mile radius of this, leaving 50,000 people without close proximity of storage. Historically, 1 out of 14 people need storage, so that's 3,600 people that don't get to use storage that need it for various uses. There's very limited availability of suitable properties in this area. All the zoning districts require special use, and our client has looked all over, and this was the only property that he found that was suitable for the storage, so there's not really anywhere else to go. The project is consistent with the 2021 Comprehensive Plan Character Area, which is community live work, and the project does meet all of the development regulations for the City of South Fulton self-storage supplemental regulations. Also, after meeting with the Sandtown community, we've listened to their request and beefed up the architecture and added some retail or office space on the ground floor as part of that development. The next slide just shows the zoning and the location there at Riverside Drive and Campbellton Road. And then next is the site plan. You can see kind of in the center of that development, the retail or office space that's been added to that development for use. The project is again bordered by Riverside, where it has a right-in, right-out access that's already in place. And then it fronts also Campbellton Road, where there is no access. This is a 4-mile radius showing the other storage developments. There are a few just outside of 4 miles, leaving basically everybody within there without close proximity to self-storage. Again, 1 out of 14 people use self-storage, so with 50,000 people in this circle, that puts 3,600 people without having access to self-storage within a close proximity. And that leaves about 46,000 people in this area that don't actually need it. And so this development is for that specific 3,600 people that do need access to self-storage to improve mobility and to help foster small businesses and people with temporary storage needs. This slide shows just a handful of other residential developments in the works in the area. In general, most people rent on average a 100 square foot facility, and this market demand study shows that 3,600 people times 100 square feet, and that's evidenced by the 360,000 or 361,000 square feet of demand that's in the area that is currently totally unserved. Next slide, please. We have one more, please. There you go. The large radius on the previous slide shows that there's very little mixed-use properties that can serve. It's the teal color on this slide here, which is where self-storage could be allowed. And there's also a dark red color, C1, where storage is allowed. So this just kind of visually shows that there's not many places that it could go. And those places that are there, they're either already developed or not for sale, or they would all need a special use permit. The concurrent variance that is being requested here today is for a reduction in parking. Mr. Noble has a number of storage facilities, and they typically need about 6 to 8 parking spaces and 2 to 3 loading spots. And so the code currently requires 34 parking spaces and 4 loading spaces. And it's just not needed, and in an effort to reduce heat island effect and help the environment, we just didn't want to propose those spaces where it's just not needed. So we are proposing 17 parking spaces and 5 loading spaces, which is still in excess of what the client needs to run the facility. And then after that, we have a number of architectural renderings showing the interesting character that the architect has put together, with numerous breaks in the facade with pilasters and architectural accoutrements that project from the building. And then in conclusion, just want to reiterate, this is a low traffic generating use, low infrastructure. There's lots of development and residential people in the neighborhood or in the area that do need this use, and there's no other facilities to serve. And again, it's consistent with the 2021 comprehensive plan character, meets the South Fulton self-storage regulations, and we appreciate your consideration for this project and for the people that need self-storage in that area. And any remaining time I'd like to just reserve in case I need to answer any questions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone speaking in opposition?
I do not have any cards submitted in support or opposition.
All right, I will go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up for council comments and questions, beginning, as is always our custom, with the district representative, Dr. Rowell.
I really don't have any questions. This particular applicant has come before the Sandtown Community Association on a couple different occasions, and while they may have not submitted comments via this process, I've gotten a lot of feedback. So I really don't have any additional questions, and thank the applicant for the presentation.
Mr. Clerk, please sound. Then I think you've heard we're going to be making a decision about this at the September 24th meeting at Southwest Star Center. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter E, public hearing, KZ 24-010, application by TDS Builders, LLC, care of Medina Jet, requesting to rezone from Sub C, Single Family Dwelling District, South Fulton Parkway Overlay District, to CUP at 4388 Old Fairburn Road to construct 30 single-family detached homes with amenities, including walking trails, clubhouse, pickleball court, etc., on 45.77 acres of land. It's located in Council District 3. Staff recommendation, approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation, approval. Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This is a request to rezone from the Suburban C South Fulton Parkway Overlay District, zoning district to the CUP South Fulton Parkway Overlay District. This is to build 30 single-family homes on 58.5 acres of land in Council District 3. Staff recommendation is approval conditional. Planning recommendation is approval.
All right. Mr. Clerk, is the applicant present?
Yes, and they have a presentation as well.
All right. I think you all know the drill. Just state your name and address, and your time starts now.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Medina Jet for TDS Builders. If I could get my presentation, please. While we're waiting for my presentation to come up, I am here with Dana Terrell, who's the architect for the subdivision, as well as Will Melton, who is our real estate agent, and they will be here to address any questions related to the materials in the home, which some residents had questions about, as well as the tax application implications. Is my presentation available? Okay, next slide, please.
Next slide.
Yes. So, wanted to first briefly introduce myself. I am an attorney, and also I've been in the real estate industry for over 30 years. I moved to Atlanta 5 years ago, where I started TDS Builders. We've been renovating and building houses throughout the Atlanta area ever since. Our mission is to build quality homes at every price point. So we build homes that are very large, luxury modern homes. We also have built very small homes, but our brand is that we build quality homes. We also like to reach and teach as we climb. So along with developing our properties, we also have investors who are basically coming along with us in this project. And we also like to build homes that are suitable for a broad range of people, as we like to say, the attainable market. So we're creating generational wealth for ourselves, our investors, and for our potential home buyers. Next slide, please. For those of you who are not familiar with us, our current development right now sits on the corner of Niskey Lake and Wellpoint. It's literally on the corner of Niskey Lake Road, Orkney, and County Line. If you've ever driven by that area, you'll see these homes. We're building 8 in that community. The first 2 we're just finishing up with. They are 6-bedroom, 6-bath homes at 6,000 plus square feet. We have rooftop decks, and as I said, the first 2 homes are recently completed. So this gives you a sense for the types of projects and developments that we do. Next slide. So we're requesting rezoning. The land that we acquired at Old Fairburn Road is currently zoned at the sub C, which is a legacy residential zoning designation. We are looking to have that rezoned to CUP, which is a community unit plan, so that we can have a community as opposed to individual homes in this area. We feel that a community would be more beneficial. It would allow us to have an HOA and to set standards for the community, provide for more maintenance and requirements for the community so that we don't just build and walk away and the houses end up being sold to investors and to renters. We'd like to build a home, a community that folks can call home for years to come. So we are looking at keeping the homes at a relatively small size, 1,100 square feet. We initially proposed 7, but upon feedback from residents and our city council member Willis, we've changed that to 1,100 square feet. And the current zoning that we have allows us to build homes at 1,100 square feet. What we're asking for is for the community unit plan designation so that we can, as I said, have an HOA, have some standards, and also provide some amenities for folks in the community. As were mentioned in the intro, we'd like to have pickleball court, fire pits, walking trails, all of those things that help build that neighborhood feel and get folks out and basically getting to know each other. So there are 2 tracts of land right here on Old Fairburn Road. It used to be 1. Georgia Power has an easement down the middle. We are looking to build on track 1 only, which is the parcel to the left. Next slide. So we took a look at the future land use plan and trying to decide what we would do with this land. The city of South Fulton has a pretty clear vision for the future land use plan. It wants to be innovative, diverse community that is safe, environmentally conscious, healthy, transparent, and financially sustainable for all of its visitors. Some of the goals that I thought were pretty important that resonated with us is that to ensure stable housing for all, build trust within the community, create an economic engine for the South Side, develop a unique South Fulton, and develop a strong community for South Fulton. Next slide. So when we looked at the suburban neighborhood character area, some of the things that jumped out is that you wanted to provide a wide diversity of housing types and affordability in the city of South Fulton. You wanted to attract younger workers to start businesses and to live in South Fulton, and also to develop a sense of community at the neighborhood level. So we took all of those things into consideration when we came up with our proposal for the development. Next slide. So what we're proposing is a 30-home gated community with 5-foot sidewalks and 50-foot streets, single-family stick-built detached homes, 1,100 heated square feet. Some of them will be 2 bedrooms, some will be 3 bedrooms. We call these high-end, smaller homes. We'll have quality builds, but at a price that a lot more people will be able to afford. We're going to build them, we're proposing to build them on lots ranging in size from 6,000 to 8,000 square feet. Lots of green space, walking trails. We'll preserve as many trees as possible as the lots are currently undeveloped and full of trees right now. And we're looking at a price point of $350,000 to $380,000 for the homes. Next slide, please. So this is a picture of the conceptual site plan. You can see in the top center is what the community would look like. On the very top right would be the entrance in the community. We'd have housing along each side. As you come in, there would be additional houses, 30 in total. We have a stream that runs through the property, and there will be walking trails along the stream. You can also see in the blow-up images at the bottom, we'll have green space, we'll have an area for walking dogs, we'll have a pickleball court. There's also going to be a pavilion with picnic tables and grills so folks can grill out. And really the point is to get neighbors out in the community, establishing relationships with each other and just enjoying the neighborhood and enjoying the city of South Fulton. Next slide, please. So here are the 5 different styles of houses that we're proposing. We're going to have 30, but each 5 will show up on an average of 6 times throughout the community. No 2 houses will look alike, so this is not cookie cutter. We're going to have different facades, different materials on the exterior, so every house will be individualized. So this is the first house that you see, and we provided the side elevations as well as the back elevations. This is house 1, and the floor plan there, so you'll see the 1-car garage. Next slide, please. House 2, also modern style home. Again, 1,100 square feet. We have some of the homes that are going to be on 2 levels, but the majority of the homes will be on 1 level. And that's primarily because we want to make sure that this community is accessible by seniors, because we've been reading a lot about the fact that seniors are looking to downsize. They're having a hard time finding housing that they consider nice housing and safe where they would want to live, but also gives them 1 level so they don't have to deal with stairs, smaller lots so they don't have to deal with lawn care. So this is the perfect opportunity for seniors to downsize without leaving South Fulton. South Fulton has a high number of senior population. People can downsize into one of our homes without leaving the city that they've grown to love for decades, and yet still get the benefit of living off of the equity that they've earned in the homes that they're selling. Next slide. So this is house 4, and you'll see this is one of our single level homes. It has 2-car garages. Some homes have 1, some homes have 2, some homes have a carport, and they'll all be in different ranges of pricing depending on what's important to the potential buyer. And the house 5, you'll see, has a wraparound porch. Again, every house style is different, has different features, and in terms of the materials, I'll let Dana speak quickly to the materials.
Good afternoon. My name is Dana Terrell. I'm Dana 2 Designs. And Ms. Jed and I have been working together for about 5 years or so, since you've been here, actually. We've pumped out quite a few design products. One of the main things is that we wanted to make sure that the potential buyers are buying at the highest quality level. So this particular project would be no different. What we're doing or proposing for the 5 different designs are different exterior materials, but materials of the highest design quality. We will be using brick veneer on some of them, which will have a range of colors for the brick. We'll be using hardy plank or hardy panels for the more postmodern or more modern designed ones. The ones that are a little bit more traditional in design language, there will be more than likely hardy plank or hardy siding. Oh, that's our time. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for the time.
No, you can finish your sentence. It's fine.
Oh, okay. So basically what we're trying to express is that we're designing product with the highest quality level, but at a price point that would be affordable.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, are there any speakers in opposition?
Did not receive any cards in support or opposition to the case.
All right, seeing and hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up for questions and comments from council, beginning, as is always, our practice with the district representative, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. Thank you, Ms. Jett, for going back and making the modifications based on the comments that you heard. from the community. I will get with the planning director to find out what conditions we need to put in place. We vote at the next meeting. Can I, city manager, I need to speak with the planning director. I need to ask him some questions. Yes. Ms. Jett, one of the things the community asked was they wanted to make sure, I know we have the ordinance that says that people can't build to subdivisions to rent, but they asked you to take it a step further and put something in the covenant that would only allow like a certain percentage. Director McClendon, can we put that in a condition? And she's agreeable to. I think you were there that night.
Thank you. So the question is, can we condition them that only a certain number of homes can be rented in the subdivision after they've been sold to the owners?
Well, so the residents were very concerned about people coming in, purchasing homes and then flipping them to rent. Ms. Jett agreed that she would put something, she will allow us to put something or a condition with an agreement that only a certain percentage, a small percentage will be allowed to be rented once the subdivision is built.
That's certainly a condition that can be placed in their HOA guidelines and regulations. As far as whether or not the city can impose such a condition, I would defer to the city attorney for that question.
And I believe the suggestion at the town hall meeting was that we would not sell to investors.
Yes.
And we certainly agree that we will not sell to investors, and my agent was right there, and he agrees that we're only going to sell to individual homeowners.
Okay.
But then we will put a condition in the covenant that there will be a certain limited number of houses that can be rented at one time.
Okay.
But understanding, though, that once the HOA is turned over to the homeowners, they can then vote to do whatever they like.
Okay. She answered it. Don't worry about it. One last question. Suburban, the legacy, the reason she has to do a rezoning, Director McClendon, is it true because the current zoning is a legacy zoning that we don't recognize in our code anymore?
It is a zoning that we refer to as a legacy zoning or a inactive zoning, I believe is the exact phrasing we use in the code. So we do still recognize that zoning district. However, we don't zone any new properties into that district. In that zoning district is not represented in any of our dimensional guidelines in our code. And so we recognize it as far as there still being properties that are zoned Suburban C. There are a few regulations that we have as far as setbacks, the amount of frontage, the minimum size of a lot in Suburban C, but we would not zone any new property into Suburban C. This developer could still develop this property under the Suburban C zoning district, so they do not have to get a rezoning, but they're choosing to request a rezoning to CUP for this particular development.
Okay, so I will get with Mr. McClendon on the conditions, Ms. Jett. I think it would probably just be to make sure that the houses are constructed at 1,100 square feet, and anything else I'll get with him on and run it by you and the community before we vote. But I think that was the majority of the concern, the square footage and the rental. And you did go back and make some modifications to some of the plans. I'm appreciative of you for working with the community. I know that we had to slow the project down, but I'm appreciative that you took time to have the appropriate communication with our community. And this is the vein that we would like to see all developers work in. All right, have a good day.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, other people might have questions.
Chair recognizes Dr. Rowe.
A quick question. I know you talked about the maintenance and the landscaping. Is that going to be covered through the HOA? Like, would they pay a fee, or would they be dealing with their individual properties?
They would be paying an HOA fee, yes, ma'am.
And you, okay.
All right, thank you. We, seeing and hearing no other comments, will be voting at September 24th meeting at
Thank you.
Southwest Art Center. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter F, public hearing, case U 24-013, application by Fong Dip, requesting a special use permit to operate a nail salon at 5495 Old National Highway, Suite A5, in the C2 General Commercial District, Old National Highway Overlay District. It's located in Council District 5. Staff recommendation approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation approval. Staff?
Thank you. This is a request for a special use permit to operate a nail salon. It is, you might recognize this application from either earlier this year or last year. The applicant did wait the requisite 6 months to bring this application back after its original denial. The staff recommendation is approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation is also approval conditional. I will point out that as requested by council, we have included on page 9 of the staff report a map which shows the other salons that are in proximity to this salon. The map is a little bit hard to read, but the kind of the bold dot right in the center is where this salon will be located. The remainder of the dots on that map are other salons that are in the immediate vicinity.
All right, and the applicant is present. All right, you may come down, as well as anyone who'd like to speak on your behalf. You do have 10 minutes. You may want to reserve some balance of your time for those supporters who are also speaking on your behalf, as well as rebuttal after if there's any people speaking opposition, you might want to reserve some of the balance of your time for that rebuttal. You have 10 minutes on the clock. Please make sure to state your address. Start now.
Hi. Good evening, everybody. My name is Kevin Nguyen. I'm with Mr. Fong Dip here. Good evening to the mayor. Good evening to the city council. Good evening to the residents here in South Fulton. Good evening to the clerk. As we all know, Mr. Dip, earlier last year, he invested over $200,000 of his money into this nail salon. And then when we're trying to get the business license, we were told that we need to go to the special permit used to obtain the business license. Upon the city town hall that we hosted, we know that one of the objections at the saturations of the nail salon in the area. I did my research within the 5.2 miles radius of the Old National Highway. There's approximately 8 nail salons on the street. In comparison to the same hair salon, we have over close to 41 hair salon and beauty barbershops and things of that nature. So what we bring into the community is we just bring a service to the community. We're not selling any alcohol. We're not selling any vaping products. As far as I know, there's over 9 vape shops in the area on Old National, and they continue to grow. And it's also important to note that in terms of like other industry, fast food industry, there's over 41 restaurants. It is, in comparison, the nail salon industry is far behind from what we have in the community. So I urge the city council, I hope for your vote, and we just operate. We right there on 5495 Old National. We in the same district as the dentist office, right across from the AutoZone. There's no business. We're not disturbing any land. We're not disturbing any traffic. So I think, we'll be good. We'll hope for your support.
All All right, next.
You, Mr. Josh Bonner.
Hey, good evening. My name is Josh Bonner. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council, for the time this evening. My company, Southeast Properties, manages the Old National Commons Shopping Center, where we hope to locate this salon. We've made an effort over the last couple of years to attract businesses, some quality businesses to the shopping center that'll kind of offset the nighttime activities that take place there with some of our restaurants and a couple of the clubs. So over the last year, we've been able to attract a restaurant, Hungry AF. We've got a tax business, an insurance business, a chiropractor, a pharmacy, a clothing retailer, and now we're looking to add one more option for the residents of South Fulton in this nail salon. It's a beautiful facility. As Mr. Depps has previously mentioned, he invested a great deal of money. This provides, I think, a great option for folks along that corridor. It certainly provides a diversity of businesses within the shopping center, and which I think is to the benefit of everyone. I'll say from the landlord's perspective and trying to lease that vacant space, it's not, we get a lot of calls, and most folks want to do some kind of club or some kind of nighttime activity there. And we're committed to no longer leasing to those types of businesses so that we can create a more family-friendly environment there, quite frankly. And I think this type of business and this operator in particular goes a long way to help that in this shopping center. So it's certainly just ask for your support in approving the conditional use. And Mr. Mayor, if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
All right, is there anyone else speaking in favor? All right, there's 5 minutes and 47 seconds on your, did you want to? Go ahead.
Yes. This is Mr. Depp. He's the actual.
Yes, yes.
Yes, good evening, all the council and the mayor and everybody. Hi, my name is Phong Diep. Please, basically, I just asking is the times, about a years already, we do all the investment over $200,000 for that nail salon. And also, we just asking to provide more better quality for the customer, then the customer can pamper themselves when they get a pedicure done or the nail done, because normally it's on the holiday, look like Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year Eve, or Halloween, something like that. It's really busy traffic. When the customer come into the different nail salon, I've been working on the Old National about 15 years already. I know when it's holiday coming, a lot of customers coming to the nail salon to get the nail done and the fit done. But when not enough nail salon on that Old National, that's why they have to sit and wait in an hour to get the nail and the fit done. And also inside, when work inside, the customer pay look like around like $40 to $50 for pedicure. But too many customers out there and waiting, we have to do rushing. We have to take like about 20 to 25 minutes for pedicure done, allowed to take care of the different customer. That's why we would like to add more, add one more for salon, nail salon in there to take care of customer more properly. The customer, when they spend those kind of money, they can pamper themselves, they can get better extra time to get the pedicure done right around at least 35 to 45 minutes. Then they can relax, enjoy for pedicure, not just for rushing. Because I feel like there's not enough nail salon in there. In my salon, I built in at least 1 mile away from each other. No one next to it, next to my nail salon at all, because I love to make sure we don't harm any nail salon and no nail salon to harm, my nail salon. I want to make sure we are divided enough for customer, everybody. And one more time, basically, city just, allow us to build the nail salon already. And when we built the nail salon, we did not realize we have to apply the special use permit unless when we applied the business license, and they told us we have to go apply for the special use permit. That's why it's really sucked for us, and we have to pay the lease 1 year already. And right now we really, have to pay the lease every month. Hopefully all the major, all the council, please understand all the money I investment basically just made the Old National, made the city to more better traffic, more business, and more benefit. That's all to the city of the South Fulton. That's all I'm asking. And hopefully everybody understand what my situation is. I spend over $200 to investment. I want to make sure customers just more pamper themselves, more relaxing, more enjoy for every single movement they walk into the nail salon. Then they get the feet done or the nail done. They can enjoy it, not just for rush job or not for like just come in and walk out, not look like fast food at all. I really want them to enjoy because they pay for, they have to enjoy for what they deserve for it, not for rushing at all. Thank you so much. Thank you for everybody. Thank you so much, all the council. Thank you for everybody for listening. Thank you, Major.
All right, thank you. There's 1 minute and 31 seconds left on the clock for rebuttal. Are there any speakers in opposition, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir. Mr. Michael Venable.
Michael Venable, 5720 Montilly Circle. We look totally and absolutely silly. We just had a presentation about redevelopment of this area. If we're going to continue to go put the exact same thing year after year after year after year, we go nowhere. People were mad because they thought they were ignoring Old National. The actions we take make everybody think that we should ignore Old National. We sat here multiple times throughout the entire existence of this city, and even when I did this when we were unincorporated. You brought forward a list of nail, hair, barber, beauty, and it flooded this entire community. The presentation at work session talked about leakage. We're gonna pay somebody to tell us we have leakage? You do the exact same thing over and over again. We have the absolute cheapest houses. We have the most liquor stores. We have the most personal care. We have the most dollar stores. We have the absolute most pawn shops. Everything that makes this community look bad, it is done on this watch for these people. This has got to stop. We know good and well that there is a total oversaturation of personal care facilities on this corridor. Now, when they go into other areas, we'll say no. We'll even let them come hire attorneys and sue this city, and we'll come back and defend it. Until we begin to have respect for the entire city, this city has no respect, has no value. We need to do the right thing. This came before. Everybody voted that it was improper for this area. Nothing whatsoever has changed. We cannot continue to do the same thing over and over again and think that we're going to talk about redevelopment. You are killing these contractors before we even get started. There's nowhere for them to go. You've made their life miserable, and they haven't even used most of the $249,000 they need to do what needs to be done. Until we ourselves, community, and this government come develop some sort of standards to make sure that this community gets somewhere, everybody in this entire city, the area, and in the rest of the United States is going to continue to laugh at us. You're going to continue to have these big conversations about how much money we're spending on different areas. We're going to continue to have this discord. It's almost like we have a city of North South Fulton and a separate city of South South Fulton. Doesn't work. Divide and conquer will never succeed. If we're going to be united and standing, we need to act like and do like and maintain that we're uniting and standing. This is wrong, and I can look everybody in the eye. You know it's wrong. You have an oversaturation of the exact same types of things over and over again, condensed in one area. It is time for this community to move up and move out. And until we start making the correct and proper decisions, it will never happen. I urge you to deny this use permit application.
All right, thank you, Mr. Venable. You all do have 1 minute and 31 seconds, the applicant, to respond if you would like.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't quite follow exactly everything. It certainly seemed as though, I don't know that he was necessarily speaking specifically about Old National Commons Shopping Center. We certainly, I believe, I'm one of those that believes competition is good. I think that if we want to offer quality products and services to our residents, that we need some level of competition. I know there's some other nail salons in the area and along the corridor, and I'm sure that there's some nice ones, and I'm sure there's some that may not be so nice. I can certainly tell you that this one will be a top-of-the-line facility and will offer, as Mr. Diep very articulately explained, a lot of good service at a reasonable price. And it's hard to argue, I think, with that kind of line of thought when there's not a oversaturation of this type of business. There's certainly more than enough population to support it as well as others. I believe that competition is certainly good and will increase the overall service to the community. And again, I think this is something else we ought to consider is this is filling some vacancy in a shopping center, in a retail property. And I think we can all agree that we don't want a lot of vacant spaces in the city of South Fulton, and that's something that we're attempting to address with a quality tenant that will improve the community. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up for council questions and comments, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, Councilwoman Keosha Bell.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no questions or comments.
All right. Is there anyone else in the queue? Okay, Councilwoman Willis.
We just got yelled at for 10 minutes straight. And I'm going to tell you the same thing I told my residents when we had a strategy meeting. We didn't get this way overnight. And the same way that you all are fussing at us about stuff that we're trying to correct, I wish you all would have fussed at the commissioners who were in charge of making these decisions before we became a city. Because the oversaturation came from the lack of vision and foresight of them for this community. We didn't get this way overnight, and all 8 of us are trying to do is undo what was done to us. Thank you.
All right, we'll be deciding this September 24th at the Southwest Arts Center. Mr. Clerk, please call the next item.
Brings us to letter G, public hearing, case Z 24-014, application by Jordan Walker, care of Melvin Turner III, requesting to rezone from M1 to R3 at 0 Feldwood Place for the purpose of constructing a single-family home on .97 acres of land. It's located in Council District 5. The staff and Planning Commission recommendation is approval. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This is a request to go from M1 light industrial to R3 single family in Council District 5. Staff and Planning Commission recommend approval. This is a small lot. I believe it's a little bit less than 1 acre. It is right on the edge of the city, mostly borders College Park, and it is a lot that is not appropriate for industrial development. It's too small, but it is appropriate for residential development. It's surrounded by residential development, hence the staff's and Planning Commission's recommendation of approval.
All right, is the applicant present?
Yes, I believe Mr. Jordan Walker is present.
Thank you, and I'll be very brief. My name is Jordan Walker. I'm the attorney for the applicant, Melvin Turner. As you heard, this is a pretty straightforward application. Mr. Turner just wants to build a residential home on the property that he bought. It's currently a vacant parcel. Adjacent parcels have residential homes constructed on them. Mr. Turner wants to build this house just for his own purposes. He intends to live on the property. To the extent there were any concerns about him wanting to rent it out one day or to build multiple homes, I just want to clarify for you all, it is just a one residential home for his own purpose to live in. So if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to entertain that. Otherwise, thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Short and sweet. That is how we like it. Do we have any folks in opposition?
I did not receive any comment cards in support or opposition.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up for council questions and comments, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, Councilwoman Keel-Chappelle. Is it not? I'm sorry. Is it not yours?
Oh, yeah, it is. I don't have any comments.
District 5.
Oh, she had, there are no questions. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound, oh, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. McClendon. Is Director McClendon here? In the packet that was attached to this, it has Z24012, and it talks about 0, it refers to address as 0 Campbellton Circle, and so I'm trying to relate the packet for this situation, which it doesn't look like.
This case is Z24014.
Right, so in the portal, it's what's attached, the PDF to, this is.
This question is probably going to be better served for the clerk because
It's a different. I know what
Yeah, so, yeah, Mr. Clerk, it's not the right packet.
This is the wrong case? Just the wrong case in the system?
Yes.
Okay, we can correct that.
Thank you.
All right, seeing and hearing no further questions, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
The last item on tonight's zoning public hearing agenda is a public hearing. It's a TA 24-001, an amendment to the South Fulton Code of Zoning Ordinances, Section 207.06, Use Table, Section 602.02, Off-Street Parking, and Section 904.04, Definitions, sections of the City of South Fulton Zoning Ordinance to accommodate data centers. Staff recommendation is approval. Planning Commission recommendation is denial. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So I'll start by saying that the Georgia Zoning Procedures Law does require us to have a public hearing when we are changing the text of our zoning code, and so that is why we are here before you today. This is a request to change for a text amendment to create a definition for data centers. It also is going to create some regulations specific to data centers, and it will make data centers allowable by right in the M1 and M2 zoning districts, which are our industrial zoning districts. Staff's recommendation is approval. The Planning Commission's recommendation is denial, and the Planning Commission made me promise to relay to you all their reasons for denial, because what they really wanted to do was defer the case and to study it more, but I told them that they could do that, but that doesn't guarantee that when it comes before council, that council will also defer it, and so they chose to give a recommendation of denial, but with some specific reasons. And so some of those reasons were the original version of this text amendment had data centers being allowable in the office institutional zoning district. That was a heavy sticking point for them. They requested that we take that out, and we did. In this version of the text amendment that has been presented, data centers are not allowable in the office institutional zoning district. They also recommended that the approval for data centers should be via a special use permit. They had some. They wanted us to make data centers use renewable energy sources, or to invest in renewable energy sources in the city. And they also wanted us to implement distance restrictions from neighborhoods. So those were some of their sticking points as to why they recommended denial. And again, I told them that I normally don't relay to you all their specifics, because we send you the video for you to watch those meetings, but I did tell them I would do that. I do want to say a couple of other things. There will be, when this text amendment comes before you in a couple of weeks, we also hope to be presenting to you a fee schedule change, or a request to amend the fee schedule to raise the fees that we charge for these data centers. We've been charging fees based on warehouse development. These data centers are really a very different type of development. They're much more complex structures, and our building inspectors, the firm that we use to do building inspections, has informed us that it is much more expensive for them to review these data centers, and they're passing that cost along to us. And so we're looking at the ICC valuation tables to ensure that we are assessing fees correctly for these data centers. And so we'll be presenting that to you as well. The last point that I want to make, we talked about energy consumption, and these data centers where they have separate substations for power because they suck up so much energy. One issue that's kind of come to light, because most municipalities, specifically in the state of Georgia, are dealing with this data center use, is kind of a new thing, and so we're not the only ones. One of the recent issues that's come to light is the water consumption that it takes to run these data centers. All of that equipment that's inside of these buildings has to be cooled down, and it usually takes water to do that. We haven't gotten to the point where we included anything in this amendment about water consumption, but that is an item that we're going to be going back and looking at and studying, and so we might come to you in the future with some requirement about the water.
All right, Mr. McClendon, you can go ahead and stay up here. We're going to open a public hearing now. Do we have any speakers for it against?
Yes, actually, we have Mr. Michael Venable. I don't know if you're in support or opposition. He's the only person that submitted a card.
Okay, are there any is the applicant here, or is it, I mean, this isn't really, there isn't really
staff,
an applicant. Yeah. All right. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Venable, come forward. You've got 10 minutes. You don't have to use all of that time.
But you can.
Michael Venable, 5720 Montelli Circle. No, the concern was originally this was allowed in an ONI zoning, and because of the extreme noise of these facilities, the necessity for excessive power and power stations and water, that is in no way, shape, fashion, or form appropriate for any ONI zoning where we're next to, where we're trying supposedly to get businesses and offices, complexes, and those types of things to go forward with. These would be close to your medical offices, hopefully some engineering firms, and those types of things. So that would be totally inappropriate for that. It seems like they've taken that out from it, but that was the concern. It was just too much usage of water, power, and the extreme noise for that to be anywhere close to any business that is in an ONI zoning. So I will confer with that one that this should not in any circumstance be in any ONI zoning.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. I do have a couple of questions for Mr. McClendon. I was confused by the recommendations, the conditions. Is staff recommending to include data centers in office industrial zoning?
No, staff is recommending the current iteration of this text amendment does not include data centers in office and institutional zoning, and staff is recommending approval of that version of the text amendment.
Okay, all right. Going to go ahead and open it up to council questions and comments. Councilman Willis.
Thank you, Mr. McClendon, for working with me on this. I've been doing a little research on this because, as Director McClendon stated, this is the new thing in Georgia. And quite frankly, if you're a large city, you will need data centers, because if not, then you'll be they're using these data centers for technology use. I was for ONI, but in speaking to Director McClendon, before we decide to do any type of ONI to allow for data centers, we need to look at we need to update our comprehensive development plan, because the way that our city is situated, some of these ONI zonings would not be the best use, the best place to place the data centers. And so he suggested that we allow the classification in the warehouse zoning. Data centers are already using the warehouse zoning classification. With us not having this data center classification, to my understanding, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. McClendon, we cannot put any regulation around them.
That's correct. We're regulating them currently in the same way that we would regulate any other warehouse, and this use really isn't very similar to a warehouse,
Right.
other than the fact that it's a large building that stores equipment, but it doesn't generate the same type of traffic. It doesn't generate the same type of truck activity going in and out, because it's mostly just a few people that are needed to manage and maintain these servers that are in these buildings. And so really what we're doing is specifying the regulations to this particular use so that it makes more sense when people come in to build these data centers, and also for the purpose of valuing these data centers correctly when we do our fees and when we are engaged in our business licensing process.
Is it true that the current data centers that are being built, at one time the data centers did use a lot of power, they did require a lot of water usage, but the ones that are being built now, they have modified that where they're not requiring as much water usage and energy use? At least that's according to my research.
While that's likely true, just because as technology gets better, you'll see more efficiencies. What we're also seeing happening is that these data centers are just getting much, much larger. So it's probably going to wash out, and they'll still consume as much energy just because they're going to be double and triple of the size of the previous data centers that we've permitted and built.
Okay. And for the buffer, are we in this classification in M1? What is the buffer? Are we requiring at least 100 or more foot buffer between if they're near residential communities? And the reason I'm asking because some of our residential communities now are around warehousing from other cities, so it makes their property incompatible. It makes our zoning incompatible because we don't want to build housing around warehouses. So if a data center is an option over a warehouse, I'm going to pick a data center over a warehouse. But are we putting any type? What's the buffer requirement?
The buffer requirement is 100 feet, and so it is similar or perhaps just a little bit more than a warehouse. I think warehouses are generally come in somewhere between 75 and 100 feet of buffer, just depending on where it is and overlay districts, et cetera. But it's important to remember that these data centers are, I would consider them to be a less intense use than a warehouse, just because of the traffic. Because I shouldn't say warehouse. I should say other industrial uses that could locate in M1 and M2, because there's not going to be any manufacturing taking place. Again, there's going to be much less truck traffic. Where the trade-off is the energy consumption. These power substations that are going to be very large, they are noisy, and so there are some noise reduction requirements here as well. And so, but to answer your question, there is that buffer of 100 feet. We didn't want to make it more than that in consideration of the fact that these will be in industrial districts, and it wouldn't make much sense to buffer these more than we are buffering a factory that is doing manufacturing all day.
Okay, my last question, and I'll yield to my colleagues. I yield to the mayor so he can recognize some of my other colleagues. Why was it against your recommendation to have an O and I zoning with a special condition? Meaning that if somebody wanted to put a data center in that type of zoning, the council had an opportunity to assess that by way of special conditions.
Yeah, so what we did was we really took a little bit of time to study that question in relation to what we have actually on the ground here in the city of South Fulton, as far as where our office and institutional zonings are. The first thing to understand is that office institutional zoning is designed for number one, offices, which is self-explanatory, but then also the institutional uses, which is what we would usually think of as our churches, schools, and hospitals, and also recreation centers. These are uses that are designed to locate closer to residential neighborhoods because they are intended to be used by the people who live in those neighborhoods when they need those types of services that are not necessarily commercial services. And so when we looked at where office and institutional zonings are, they're located closer to our residential neighborhoods. They're located at intersections on slightly larger lots that could be used for these types of institutional uses, but would probably not be as appropriate for a data center usage, which isn't going to serve the community in the manner that the people in that community will actually be using that facility. So once we took all of that into consideration, it was our determination that we should take it out of that O&I zoning. However, I will say that just because this use is not an office and it's not institutional, it's not necessarily fatal to how we make those determinations, because there are uses that are going to be allowed in this zoning district and in every other zoning district that don't necessarily meet that definition. So when we do our comprehensive plan rewrite, it might be that we create more office institutional zoning in areas that might be closer to your industrial zones. And once that happens, we might revisit it and say, well, some of those areas might be appropriate for a data center. So at that point, we go back and allow them via special use permit. I felt like I talked a whole lot just then. I'm sorry.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The thing about this that concerns me, not from a place way of saying we should not do this or we should not do these, but is the impact on the community around. I'm hearing about this thing with water, especially. We don't control none of these resources. I don't know if we can ask Atlanta Water not to get a client. Do we have the power to do that if they want to put a data center in a place where we suspect, for example, the water pressure is already suspect and low? Are we able to do that?
No, we don't control the water.
Yeah. But my point is I'm concerned if somehow we don't find a way to tie these together, because quite frankly, when the businesses come in and set up shop, they're not going to care about the residents that are coming now and complain to the city council members that when they turn on their water in the morning, they don't get water, right? So I'm concerned about this as a city. How do we work with the utility companies to make sure when we are agreeing to these, what are we saying the minimum PSI has to be in an area, for example? I know they know this because they have it in their system, right? What's going to be the impact? And when we do a study, do we need to come back to give them feedback so they can do accordingly? I'm just concerned about us tying all of this together so that we don't create the environment for our citizens where we have homes that don't have electricity and don't have adequate water. Okay, that's all I have to say.
All right, Dr. Rao.
Thank you for taking it off the office institutional. I was very opposed to that. And while we may not have a lot of office production now, just because of the post-COVID climate, it won't stay that way, I think. And I don't know if anybody's seen, but Chairman Pitts, Rob Pitts, put out a statement, I'll just call, and he talked about the production of 25 data centers south of I-20. I think we have to look at this issue very carefully, because I do believe it'll be our next environmental justice issue. I think we also need to look at some kind of distance requirements for all the reasons that you stated. And also, if not distance require a special use permit, even if allowed in M1, M2, so we don't oversaturate. I had actually asked the city manager to tell me how many are proposed or people looking at our city. That's important to me to know and understand. I know we have to put something in place, but we definitely need to be very thoughtful about that, as well as, and this is a question. I know I put some changes in the Fulton industrial overlay to deal with setback, landscaping, and all those. Is it those requirements that I introduced, are they only on Fulton industrial and no other industrial area of the city?
That's correct. They're they're only in the Fulton Industrial Overlay, so they wouldn't
Apply to these other industrial areas.
Right.
I think we need to address that citywide because it was designed to protect residents in terms of distance, the aesthetics. And if you look at even the new warehouses that have come on Fulton Industrial, you don't even see them. They are set back that far. And so I think we need to look at that, as we look at updating our documents, that needs to be citywide, or at least I think we should consider it. Those are my comments.
All right, Councilwoman Gums.
So, Councilwoman Rao kind of hit on some of the things, and I'm actually seeing something like a trend that's starting to happen with these data centers. People know that the city of South Fulton is adamantly not happy about warehouses coming into our city. So now it's this phenomenon of data centers. And I don't know if that's something that anybody else is recognizing, but that is now the new trend where developers are coming to our city and dangling these data centers. So the question that was proposed, is there something where we can either put distance requirements around or in our text to kind of help with addressing this issue? I think it also is going to hurt housing. I think it's going to hurt a lot of things that we are really trying to stop, as Councilwoman Willis mentioned, stuff that was done prior to us becoming a city. So I don't know if the planning department has taken a look at this. And maybe there's a way that we can kind of go around trying to put some regulations around it, but I see this kind of ballooning into something else. Something that we are really trying to control, and it's not controllable. So if you could take a look at that, and again, the site distance from the residents, that's a big thing. That's one of the main reasons why we really wanted to, become a city as well, to control all of that. So I'm hoping that people are really seriously taking a look at it, but I think this is the new trend that we need to stop.
I would agree with that, and these data centers are extremely lucrative, and so people will build them if they can. I'll make 2 quick points. One is that it's important to understand that we were already allowing these data centers, and so this text amendment is not going to allow data centers where we would not have already been allowing data centers. It's just to regulate them as data centers instead of as warehouses. The second point that I'll make is that this is a very important step in being able to better regulate these data centers, because now that we have a definition for data center and we already have some regulations in place, we can always go back and tweak those regulations for whatever changes council wants to make. So while we might not get everything into this first piece, doing this will allow us to make those changes in the future.
Do we have a pipeline of, I guess, a lot of developers now coming, offering data centers in this area?
We have 2 that are going through the development of regional impact process right now because they're so large. And so those 2 are definitely coming online. They've already been applied for. I think we're in the process of permitting 2 of them to other data centers currently. And then there was at least 1 that has already been constructed. And so that's at least 5. And we've got other people that are inquiring about areas for data centers.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian, we're going to close the queue after you. You will be the last comment before I make some comments.
Thank you. So we've just heard 5, and again, I think we really have to study this, and I would like to get some sort of recommendation from staff as how we go about studying this and putting this together, so that when we have to make those decisions, we're kind of making the decisions in an informed way. Because I know what data centers are at a high level. but I do not know all the impact, for instance, that they have on the community around. Except I know they're very large things and they will affect traffic, not as much as warehouses, but all of that. So I would really like to see us kind of really do some kind of study, look at some examples and to how they have impact communities, and just let us know. Because I'm concerned that the two things that we talked about, I'm going to reiterate this. Power and water, we have no control over. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
All right, a few quick closing comments. First of all, Dr. Rao, thank you for your work on the zoning around warehouses on FIB. I hope that as we do our comprehensive plan, we can look at putting those same sort of protections throughout the city. It is 7:45. We are now 45 minutes behind schedule for our 7 o'clock meeting. So thank you for saying no to special use permits. Please, no more special use permits. I'm seriously hoping that we get to a point where our zoning code is so strong and cohesive that people don't even come and try and do variances. People don't go to Peachtree Center, not Peachtree, what is it? Peachtree City and some of these other places trying to get variances and do all these, because they already know the answer is going to be no, right? And so if we could do that, we could also just have shorter meetings. Dr. Rao, I think you're absolutely right about us being rebranded from the warehousing and logistics hub of Metro Atlanta to the data center hub of Metro Atlanta, and we definitely should push back against that. I don't know how else to say this, but to say this, we can barely get good service from ATL Watershed as it is. So I think one of the things that we do need to look at when we do this study is the water capacity of our city. I don't want more pipes bursting or just all other kinds of problems, because we're doubling and tripling our capacity with all these centers. And lastly, when we do our comp plan review, I won't ask you now, but I would be very interested to know where all of the OI parcels are in the city, so that all of the council people could see, you know, where those are, so we can figure out if there is something that we need to do or not do with them. Thank you so much. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting.
To adjourn the zoning meeting for alcohol license and zoning.
Second.
All right, it's been probably moved and seconded. We're going to take this vote by a show of hands.
No more
2,
special
3.
permits.
Record that motion approved, 5-0.
All right, you all can please
6-0, I'm sorry. We
please turn
adjourned at
over in your
7:44.
next meeting. I'm just going to tell you now, because there is a very important debate happening tonight. We're going to try and get through this as quickly as possible, so we are not going to be using this cue. We're going to do this by a show of hands. I'm going to go ahead and call to order the regular council meeting for tonight. And Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. This is the roll call for the September 10th City Council regular meeting. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. Present. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5. Present. The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. Thank you. The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the first item.
Next item is the invocation by City Chaplain McKee.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council and the citizens. Let us go before the Lord. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts, acknowledging your presence in our lives in this meeting. We thank you, Lord, for the safety and protection you have provided for our nation, our state, and our beloved city of South Fulton. As we reflect on the tragedies that have occurred in our world, particularly during this month, we are reminded that, as the song says, it could have been in our city. But by your grace and mercy, you have shielded us. We pray, Father, for continued safety and security in our communities. We ask that you guide our leaders, the city council, the mayor, and all those in position of authority, giving them wisdom, compassion, and the strength to make decisions that honor you and serve our people well. May we never take for granted the peace we enjoy, and may we always remember those who have been affected by tragedies. Help us to be a beacon of hope, unity, and in love with this city. And it's in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty. Oh.
The next item
brings us to Roman numeral. We do not have any proclamation presentations this evening. That brings us to Roman numeral 5, approval of City Council meeting minutes. City Council regular meeting minutes, August 27th, work session minutes, August 27th, and alcohol zoning public hearing minutes, August 27th.
I move to approve the meeting minutes as sounded.
Second.
All right, let's take that vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved 5-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is public comments, and we do have a few. I'll read the public comment record rules into the record.
And just, I'm sorry, just before you start, I want to be clear that we do have a separate budget hearing. So if your comment is about the budget, please hold that till a budget hearing at later on in the meeting.
These are the rules for public comment before City Council. Any City of South Fulton resident or business owner who wishes to address the mayor and City Council and offer public comment on any item on the agenda may do so during public comment period of the meeting. Any county, state, and federal elected officials should be allowed to speak regardless of city of residence. Comment should be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. A bell will signal the end of each speaker's time. Public comments shall be limited to only those items appearing on the current City Council meeting agenda. The person or City of South Fulton business owner desiring to speak should rise, address the City Council, and when recognized, state their name, residential or business address, the agenda item that they are addressing, and the City Council district in which they reside. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any member. To ensure the opportunity for all those desiring to speak before the City Council, there is no yielding of time to another speaker. Speakers may not employ obscenities or threats of violence in their comments. Speakers may not use public comments to campaign for political office, either for themselves or on behalf of other candidates, for the purposes of limiting political influence on city employees and encouraging orderly and efficient meetings. With those rules read into the record, we do have 2 people that have submitted cards. As I call your name, please approach the center microphone and state your name, address, the item on the agenda you're referencing, as well as your City Council district. The speakers are Dr. Arnita Johnson and Mr. R. Tolbert.
Good evening, councilmen and women, clerk, Madam Manager, the mayor, residents of South Fulton. I am here today asking the council to override the mayor's veto of the resolution directing the establishment of a City South Fulton Advisory Committee Board. According to the Policing Project Initiative out of the New York School of Law, these boards are the most common forms of police community engagement bodies in the country. Many prominent cities of our nation have established a board like the one being considered for the City of South Fulton: Atlanta, Georgia; Auburn, Alabama; Oakland, California; Madison, Wisconsin; Buffalo, as well as Albany, New York; Wichita, Kansas; Phoenix, Arizona; Beaumont, Texas; St. Joseph, Missouri; El Paso, Texas; and many other small and large metropolitan cities have established police advisory boards. Unfortunately, some have been created in an aftermath of a controversial incident of alleged police misconduct. But it doesn't have to be that way for the city of South Fulton. Under the leadership of Chief Meadows, his captains and lieutenants, they could form a bridge between the police and the general public that lie within the boundaries of South Fulton. They've already been well on their way in engaging South Fulton residents with community meetings and events they've sponsored. But the establishment of the Use of Force Advisory Board would take their engagement to another level, one that would further the trust between citizens of South Fulton and the officers that patrol our neighborhoods, officers that have dedicated their livelihood to serve and protect. However difficult this is to do, according to policing project mentioned earlier, the Use of Force Advisory Board needs a well-defined charter that establishes realistic expectations, one that clearly outlines the authority, power, and responsibilities of the board and its stakeholders. And these have to make sense. Members of the board need a clear and technical understanding of policing issues, formal policies, and the operation of the South Fulton Police Agency, and how to align these with the community's views. Let's not do what our other municipalities have done, waiting for an incident to occur to establish the City of South Fulton's Use of Force Advisory Committee Board. Let's be proactive in enacting one that can further bridge the community and those that serve and protect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is Mr. Tolbert present? Oh, okay, you left. Okay. Is there anyone else present that wishes to provide public comment? Mr. Mayor, members of council, that completes public comment.
Seeing and hearing, all right, we'll please sound the next item.
Brings us to council comments.
We'll start with Dr. Rao, District 1.
Thank you. For residents who don't know, as a part of the Renew the District initiative launched by Fulton County, we were able to demolish 2 long-standing eyesores on Fulton Industrial Circle, the super end and an executive end that makes way for the redevelopment. So I'm very excited about that and happy to share that with the city. In addition, the ribbon cutting for the Sandtown Park Ranger Station will be rescheduled. It was originally scheduled for Friday. That has been canceled, so stay tuned. We'll be sharing updates via the city's social media and via my newsletter. In addition, Decision Point is also working with the Cooperative Extension. On Thursdays at 1 p.m. at Decision Point, they're doing nutrition classes and also giving away fresh produce. Please take advantage of that. That's at 1 p.m. Each week at Decision Point Ministries, which is right next to Sandtown Middle School. A couple other updates. If you're not aware, we had the quilt exhibit, and I think it's still going on, but please pop your head in the annex building. We've done some renovations at the facility, and they look great. Thanks for all the residents who advocated for the changes, and special thanks to the general services staff for their diligence on that project. And there's a lot of other things, but I want to let you know we have bingo in District 1 coming up on September 21st at 1:30 p.m. We're going to have a good time for those who came out. It's a continuation of kind of what we just had here at Welcome All, so bring a friend. Thank you.
Thank you. District 2, Councilwoman Gums.
That song, "They're Going to Have a Good Time," it just came to my head when you talked about the bingo. But I want to take a moment to give a special tribute to one of my golden gems in District 2, Miss Joyce Gordon. She was honored this year for being a living legend. And she was also one of my breast cancer warriors. And she passed away. And one of my biggest supporters here in this city. And I'm heartbroken, but I just wanted to make sure I gave her flowers today. Also, too, we talk about excitement and community excitement for the Wolf Creek Amphitheater. We have a lot of good things that are happening at Wolf Creek. Of course, the Jam for Justice is happening on Friday, September the 27th. They will also have a lot of good hits. If you follow the social media's webpage, you'll be able to see that. But I can't remember who's all supposed to be there. Killer Mike, Anthony Hamilton, and a few other guests will be there. So definitely come out. That we are encouraging people to come out and vote. I'm not going to take all of the shine, but I'll let Councilwoman Pritchett talk about the Azuka Festival that will be happening on Saturday, the 28th. And the Saints and the Falcons are playing on the 29th. So we got a really big weekend.
Yes.
You have the R&B Wine Festival that's coming up, and Jermaine Dupree is having an event at Wolf Creek on October the 12th, and Moni Love is supposed to be there, so that should be fun. And then the National Black Arts Festival fundraiser will also be on October the 19th. Also, too, I went to the senior runway fashion show at the Southwest Art Center this weekend, and when I tell you these seniors were in rare form, oh my God, it was a packed house. I think we even had a few dancers that actually were getting down to the floor. One of our newest additions to the city, Mr. Merle Knight. If you know anything about this gentleman, he is a dancer. But it was an amazing time, and I would love to see more of that happening in our city. Also, too, on September the 14th, District 2 will be out in the city. Fire department will go out to install free smoke detectors in the High Point Trail community, along with the Red Cross. So this is one of our initiatives to make sure that we're keeping seniors and families safe throughout the district and making sure that they have updated smoke alarms and fire detectors in their homes. So that will be on this coming Saturday. I want to give a special congratulations to City Manager Subadan for making the top finalist for the League of Women in Government. She is a rock star. If y'all don't know how lucky the city is to have her, you are very lucky. Also, too, on September the 21st as well, before Councilwoman Rao's event, we're going to have a District 2 free dump and recycling day. This will be at Cliftondale. This is another effort to keep our city clean, and hoping that you all residents that are interested in recycling will actually come out to take your items.
That's your time.
Nuh-uh. I got one more. Also, too, on September the 26th, District 2 will be hosting, of course, our Senior Health Day at Wolf Creek. This is called the Seniors Glow and Glide. So it will be a glow party where we'll be working out, but we'll be in the dark working out. So that will be fun, and that will be at Wolf Creek Library. So make sure that you all sign up for that. And lastly, you can all follow me on social media or sign up on a QR code to get more information since they cut my time short. Thank you, and have a good evening.
District 3, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. I would like to make sure everybody know that there is a Red Oak advisory board meeting tomorrow at tomorrow, September 11, 12 p.m. at the Economic Development Office on Old National Highway. I would like for you all to come and out yourself to see the amazing work that this board is doing and continue to encourage and support them. There is not an Easter egg. I want to go get Easter already. October, there's going to be an October fest at Walker Mall, as we do every year. And that is going to be on October 26th, Saturday. If you are interested in volunteering and to give out candy, if you are HOA or a community and you want to come out and give out candy or decorate your trunk and get to meet the kids that live in your community, please contact my office or Park and Recreation so we can get you signed up. It's always a big event every year, and it's exciting to see the kids dressed up in their cute costumes. I am going to move along because I know that we have things to do this evening, but I just want to remind everyone to remember those who lost their lives in the 911 on 911. back in 2001. Remember the victims, remember the families, and we always learn from, our tragedies. And as my resident just stated, we have to learn and put things in place so we can be more proactive. So remember, the deadline to vote, to register to vote, is October 7th. This is not a political, I'm just reminding that the deadline to register people to vote is October 7th. We need everybody to register to vote and vote. Thank you.
All right, District 4 Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
All right, I won't be too long. Couple of quick things. I just want to thank staff, all the volunteers that came out this past Saturday to help us feed over 300 families across the District 4 area and the rest of the city. And also just to invite everyone out to Wilkerson Mill Park on the afternoon of the 19th of October, where we will be throwing our International Culture Fest. It is being built to be great. There's nothing better in my mind than people from all over the world getting together, sharing experiences, sharing food, sharing music. And yes, Merlin, there will be calypso music for you to dance to. So I invite everyone to come out to District 4 at Wilkerson Mill Park on the 19th. We're going to get started about 3 p.m. and we're going to not go too far into the evening. Thank you all.
That's September 19th?
Sorry, October 19th. Okay. October 19th.
I didn't hear it.
All right, District 5 Councilwoman Bell.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the ones that are tuning in online and for each of you that came out tonight. In District 5, we're gearing up for our basketball clinic, which is scheduled for Sunday, October the 20th, 2 to 5 p.m. at Burdette Gym. Please go online, register your children. We have limited spaces available. This is a NBA. Jalon Kendrick, he's our very own from Burdette Park, grew up in the neighborhood, but he's also a professional basketball player. So this is a great time for kids to come, build their confidence, give them something to do on Sundays right before school. So it will be on Sunday, October the 20th. It is very important that you go online to Eventbrite. You can put in the basketball clinic. Flyers are posted all on social media under Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell page. But please be sure to sign up your children and answer the questions because we need their sizes and we need their ages. Our next is, many of you are not aware that we have a new workout facility at Burdette Park. This is open for the entire city, but specifically for District 5, of course, right at Burdette Park. So we have Fit for Duty. It's sponsored by our Parks and Recreation Department every Thursday night at 7:30. This is for our adults. This is for our seniors to come in, get in shape. I'm gonna be out there huffing and puffing, so please come out on Thursday evenings, adults, seniors. Come out, be a part, be engaged. This is something new for our district, something new at Burdette Park. And stay tuned for more information regarding our official ribbon cutting and just the introduction. But we don't want to belabor any type of services and programs, so please come out for Fit for Duty every Thursday night, 7:30 p.m., Burdette Wellness Facility. It is free and, of course, open to all of the residents, so please come out and be a part of that. We also have a lot of great things going on in our district. Introduction to American Sign Language. Because our city is comprised of so many different individuals, sign language is super important. We will begin sign language classes for anyone, adults, seniors, youth, anyone that is interested on Monday and Wednesday evenings from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m., and it will begin on September the 16th. We had our third edition of the Bell Report newsletter to go out, so if you are not receiving that newsletter via email each and every month, it is very important that you text Live 5 to 55444. Again, we are on our third edition, so it's important that we are engaged as residents so that you know any upcoming activities, events, any updates that are going on specifically in District 5. So if you are not receiving that, Out of the 13 events and 3 town hall meetings, it's super important that you text that number or reach out to my office so that we can include you on our Bill Report newsletter. Thank you so much.
The Bell Report, I love it. Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I feel like this is almost anticlimactic since I was not afforded the courtesy of making this announcement myself before everyone else chimed in. But to make it official, I would like to welcome Merlin Knight to the sensational 6th District. He has joined the team as my new legislative specialist for the sensational 6th. He comes to us from the South Fulton Chamber. He brings a wealth of experience, a wealth of knowledge, and has already hit the ground running in making sure that he is up to speed and doing things that need to be done for residents here in the 6th District. So if, everyone, please, even though I'm not there in person, do please go greet him, shake his hand, give him a hug, give him a good and hearty, sensational 6th District welcome. And I know that we will be seeing great things from him going forward here in the 6th District.
All right, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Knight. Councilwoman Pritchett, District 7.
Forget me, Mayor. Well, good evening, everyone. I want to say that I had a great time last weekend at Southside Day at the Lake, although giving a shout out to Tori Tomlinson, who for many years had Old National Day, but they had it at a different location, and a lot of people from South Fulton went there. And what was especially awesome about this event is that they gave away 1,000 laptops to students for free. So I was really appreciative of that effort. And we, my district also sponsored laptops that we gave away to students in District 7. So I appreciate that collaboration. And also, I would like to announce that next week, starting September 18th, during Hispanic Heritage History Month, there will be an exhibit at the Southwest Arts Center from Tuesday to Saturday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., where you will be able to see a journey of Latin music and culture, an exhibit of the life and accomplishments of the late, great Celia Cruz, the Queen of Salsa. So we're really excited about having that exhibit at the Southwest Arts Center. There will be authentic items that belong to her there that you can see, and that will take place from September 18th to September 27th. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman Pritchett.
Okay, Councilwoman Gums wants me to just elaborate on the Azúcar Music Festival.
Okay.
So on September 28th, which is a Saturday, we are having our 2nd annual Azúcar Music Fest. And this is going to be a free concert at Wolf Creek Amphitheater. I believe the doors open at 3 p.m. or 3 p.m. and the show starts at 4:30. We're going to be having performances by Tito Puente Jr., the late great Tito Puente's son, Jesse Diaz, who performed last year. We'll have merengue, bachata, Cuban experience, a lot of great food, music, culture. It's a wonderful celebration, so make your plans to come out and dance, and you might see me dancing on the stage. Don't laugh, but I got a few moves. But join me and Councilwoman Gums as we celebrate our heritage and share that with you.
All right, thank you. Just a few quick announcements. I'm going to start with a hail and farewell. We lost 2 great people in our community. The first is, of course, the legendary James Earl Jones, an Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, Tony winner. He died on the 9th. And the other is Richomi Kwan, DeQuantes, and Lamar. And while James Earl Jones died at the ripe age of 93, Richomi Kwan just celebrated his 34th birthday. He was, I'm going to take a little soapbox moment. He was open about his struggles with addiction. But one of the things that we learned at the Guns Down Town Hall with Young Dro, and I've also heard other advocates like Dr. Umar Johnson talk about, is that very often our young men's first introduction to prescription drugs is not on the streets, but in our schools. Too many of our young boys who are just energetic and excited get over-medicated, and this begins a downward spiral. So please, 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 before you sign some IMPs and sign your young man up for medication, do your research and see what else out there is available. This has been your public service announcement. All right, so we have benefits. Friday is the last day for open enrollment for benefits. This is for our City of South Fulton employees. We've had multiple, you can find them on our city's website. We've had multiple education events. We have one Thursday here at Welcome Mall and another 2 at the police headquarters in Atlanta. There's a webinar. You can find out information about all of that. There's a webinar on Thursday. This is, if you just log into your ADP, you will see this open enrollment pop up. I'm saying this also for our members of council, because if we want to sign up for this new $0 deductible, it is not automatic. We also have to do this open enrollment as well. All right. Our strategic plan is going on. You know all about that. You can scan this just to give us feedback and let us know how we are doing. I do want to say, I didn't get to do this last week because we were running over time. I'm going to just really quickly say, we recently celebrated International Dog Day and Zion's 4th birthday. So I want to just say happy birthday to my best friend. And also I want to thank all of the dogs and humans who came out and brought gifts, most especially Miss Tanya Newberry from the Autism Speaks Foundation. We do this great autism festival, and she came out and brought a cupcake and a card for Zion. So yes, thank you everybody who came out. You can follow all of our adventures on TikTok and Instagram at COSF First Dog and Kobe Cares.
A young adult now.
Yes, he is a young dog.
Adult.
Yes. Lastly, my thunder was stolen a little bit, but I do want to give a special shout out to Tori Thomason, who's been putting on amazing events in the city of South Fulton since before we were a city, and didn't only just give away 1,000 laptops, but broke the Guinness Book of World Records for laptop giveaways. Could we just give a round of applause for Mr. Thomason? And all of the partners that he brought together, including Bear Strong, 50-Yard Line, Nikki Smoking Room, Shock Gym, Honeybee Technology, One, Sync Technology, Streets 94.5, Radar Entertainment, George Williams Mortuary, QC Quality Control, Ludacris Foundation, Billy Old National, CDM Motors, Computer Love, and Jermaine Dupree, who, as Councilwoman Gum said, will be celebrating So Def's 30th anniversary at the South Fulton Wolf Creek Amphitheater. We just want to make sure that we get that right. Last but not least, there are some voter education events happening all over the city. I am co-hosting a fight night party with Tori Thomason. We are working with Black Voters Matter. So if you're not registered to vote, if you don't know if you've been kicked off the rolls, come see us at the 50-Yard Line immediately following this meeting at 7490 Old National Highway. You can find all this information and more in our city's newsletter or by texting the word news to 55444, South Fulton forever. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
So that brings us to the adoption of the council agenda. I would like to note for the record that we do have 2 add-on items. Both are special events. The first is the District 2 Seniors Glow and Glide, a senior health day event scheduled for September 26, 2024 at Wolf Creek Library. And District 3, teen competition at the Southwest Art Center on January 3rd and February 1st. Yes. And District 1, holiday party for December 18th, 2024 at the Southwest Art Center. Those are items for addition for approval.
I'm sorry, did you say that there was an event on January 1st?
January 31st.
Oh,
and
31st.
Yes, and February 1st of next year, District 3.
Sure you didn't say New Year's Day. All right. I will entertain a motion. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. We'll take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved 6-0.
Yes.
All right, please.
7-0.
Please sound the next item.
Next item is alcohol license, rezonings, variance, and modification cases for motion and vote. The first is letter A, request council consideration of a resolution, case U24-008, application by Margaret Wilson, care of Bobby Wilson, requesting a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 5320 Orange Drive in the R3 zoning district, Sandtown Overlay. This is located in Council District 1. Staff recommendations was denial. Planning Commission recommendations denial.
I move to deny case U24-008.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take that vote by show of hands.
Yes.
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0 to deny.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is letter B, request council consideration of a resolution, case U24-010, application by Stanley Genius, requesting a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 4030 West Stubbs Road in the AG1 zoning district, Clifton Overlay District. It's located in Council District 4. Staff recommendation approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendations denial.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to deny.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. We'll take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0 to deny.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to the consent agenda, item A, B, C, and D.
Hopefully they're going by.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Okay.
Yes.
Hopefully they're
Show the
going by
consent agenda, items A, B, C, and D approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is public hearing, proposed FY 2025 budget. And we have a presentation for the city manager.
Next slide. All right, I'm going to go through this quickly. You've heard it before. We did make some changes to the budget. I sent out an email explaining that we had some deletions as well as some additions and things we had to move around. But the budget is approving the budget is considered one of the most important policy decisions that you'll make every year and sets a vision and mission for the city to follow for the next 12 months. Next slide, please. And our theme this year is being impact-driven. Next slide. So this is where we had to make some changes. We realized that there were some carry-forward positions that were inadvertently omitted from the budget. On the right-hand side, they were funding out of the, Fund 212, which is our traffic camera fund, the portion designated for public safety. So we went ahead and made that revision. Additionally, you'll see on the agenda tonight the Axon contract, which is a contract to replace our body-worn cameras and update to new technology. So our new revised budget is, for all funds combined, is $257 $1,488,718. Before it was 254, 659, 685. Next slide, please. The budget shows no change in the millage rate and a 4% cost of living for employees, no increased cost to health insurance for employees, and we're covering our 5 impact-driven key initiatives. This is the display of the budget, $151 million in general fund with new initiatives, $34 million in capital funds, and $71 million in other funds. Next slide, please. This budget includes $34 million in one-time and capital expenditures, as shared before. This allows us to fund the first year of a 5-year capital improvement program. Future years, there may be a requirement for us to leverage debt, but in this first year of the CIP, we are able to fund it. Next slide, please. And this gives you a comparison. We did make a pretty significant adjustment in the budget in the mid-year, and this shows the proposed budget broken down by fund. Next slide. And what we try to do is make this understandable for the public, showing where the funding comes from and where does it go. General fund is always our largest portion of the budget, and that includes property taxes, sales taxes, and other taxes. And then you'll see the different other funding revenue sources. Next slide, please. And this shows year over year. We did a very modest increase in property taxes. Last year, this year that we're finishing, we have seen kind of a very low increase in our property taxes, but we do have some increases in other areas, particularly on sales tax, investment income, and this year we're going to be transferring a larger portion from budgeted use of reserves. Next slide. And this just provides more detail, and this presentation is available on our city's website, so the citizens have access to this information as well as the detailed budget. Next slide, please. And this shows our year-over-year change by fund. Next slide. And just another display with several different categories. And you'll see here where property taxes are 37% of our revenue, sales and use taxes 32%, and in this instance, we're budgeting 22.8% from reserves for one-time expenditures in capital and some recurring expenses that we anticipate we will be able to cover in the future with increased property tax. Next slide, please. And next slide. And this is where does the money go? So we've allocated funding in different categories. Our general fund budgets and new initiatives, those are all of our operating departments. As shared before, capital and our grants matching funds. And we are, as I explained, taking some funding from our operating reserves. We're still going to have enough reserves to cover all of our financial policies, and our rainy day fund is funded should we have an emergency. Even with using these funds for many of our deferred maintenance items and capital projects, we will still meet our financial policies that you all passed with enough operating reserves secured. Next slide. This demonstrates the expenditures by function. Of course, public safety is a very large percentage of our expense, public works, general government, and then you can see the smaller funds broken down to include solid waste, our camera fund, and our Trayvon Wilkins Memorial Pedestrian Safety Fund. Next slide, please. And this explains the expenditure by function. inside of this year's budget. Next slide. And this is the 5-year capital improvement program. Over 5 years, we estimate about $270 million in capital expenditures. In truth, years 4 and 5 are very hard to predict because by then this mayor and council will have made other decisions on how you want to move forward with capital projects. But through years 1 through 3 include police headquarters, fire headquarters and training facility, and city hall. This year's budget will be centered around site development as we bid the project, and we anticipate the year following we will actually be in construction. Next slide, please. And this is a more detailed account of the capital plan. In your detailed budget book, we identify this full $33.3 million in more detail. The next slide demonstrates the events that are your signature events that are part of the operating budget every year. Next slide. And these following slides provide the initiatives and the cost associated with the new initiatives. In public safety, we're adding new park rangers. We're annualizing mid-year positions that were funded in the mid-year budget. We're adding police vehicles and equipment replacement, expansion of staff for Citation 6 on the fire side, and adding a whole new fire hazmat crew vehicle and 100 units of turnout gear. Next slide, please. And infrastructure, as explained before, we're going to be doing site development and moving forward with design and other funding for our parks, facilities, and grounds. A lot of this will go into deferred maintenance as well as some new projects in the park space, most notably starting the work on the Cedar Grove Recreation Center. Next slide, please, or community center. And then in the future, as I explained before, not only do we have funding for our CIP, we have set aside some funding for acquisition. Next slide. And this is where we also allocated funding for additional staff for the CDRA to help with our land development permit process. Next slide. We've already talked about the workforce development. In addition to the 4% increase for health benefits that we are absorbing, so we don't have to pass that cost on to employees, we are adding some staff for reorganization of critical departments, most notably grants and customer relations and service, which will be funded out of my office if it's approved. Next slide. And we also added, at no cost to employees, long-term care as an additional benefit with no employee cost. Next slide, please. And we heard you loud and clear that there is a big interest in improved traffic calming, sidewalk improvements, pedestrian lighting, infill sidewalks, a community beautification initiative and litter reduction program. And we're going to be converting some positions from seasonal to full-time to support maintenance of parks. And last but not least, in this area, creating a Saturday school program out of the Parks Department for tutoring. Next slide. And then T-Splost, which is our 1 cent sales tax. We've allocated $25.2 million for many of the projects that I explained on the earlier slide. And so this is the last public hearing on the fiscal 25 budget. Budget adoption is the 18th at the Southwest Arts Center at 6 p.m. That is a special called meeting. And what I would ask is if you have any changes other than the one you gave me earlier today,
to please let us know so that we can get those changes incorporated well in advance of September 18th. Thank you.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you. Ms. Subadan, my question is, this might not be related to the budget, but months ago you talked about putting money, getting us interest-bearing accounts. To year to date, what is our interest earned on the account that we have?
So we have several accounts.
Okay.
Inside of this fiscal year, I think when I looked at the last report, it's about 7 million, but since we started investing to now, we're, I think, a little bit above 10, almost 11 million. But let me get the exact dollar amount for you, but we're doing very well with that.
Thank you. I really appreciate your leadership, your innovativeness, and moving us in the right direction.
Thank you.
I yield.
Dr. Rao.
I'm sorry I haven't said anything about this before, but it seems lately that I'm getting a lot of calls from seniors who don't have the means to do home repairs. I think this is an area we should look at, even if we start with some seed money. I know over the years, code enforcement has also talked about when they get cases and the families literally don't have the means to make the repairs, so they kind of remain out of compliance and they try to work around it. But as we seek to improve and maintain our housing stock in our city, I would love to see some kind of seed money start for home repair for owner-occupied homes. Yeah.
All right, Councilman
Fulton
Willis.
County don't have no money left. I've tried to refer, and they don't have any funding.
I know the county, Fulton County has that program. I'm not sure how much money they have allocated or how many residents they have helped in the city of South Fulton. We can ask our commissioners for that data, but they do have a senior program that will assist seniors for home repairs. And if they haven't budgeted a lot of money for it, this is a good time to advocate for it, as well as our senior center. We're doing our best to make sure that we engage with our seniors through a lot of the programs in our park and recreation and bingo games, but they really need to step up in that area. We were promised a senior center here in the city, and we haven't gotten that yet. So the question I have is, we did a resolution earlier last year in 2023 to add 2 additional pools to the city of South Fulton. Will one of those pools go to the Cedar Grove facility?
That's the thought. Right now, they're finalizing the meetings and Perez did the planning work. So I'm expecting, in fact, I asked Director Turner the status. We're expecting to hear back from him with some more conceptual designs.
Okay.
And I believe that the final, kind of the winning proposal does incorporate a pool, but I haven't seen the final.
Okay.
And on the other one, I think we need to have a broader discussion around it because the cost to put in an outdoor pool was more than we anticipated. So I think we want to, once we get the fiscal kicked off, we have funding for recreation. I think we want to bring that conversation back to see kind of what you want to do.
Okay, I just really would like to advocate for us to get another pool in the city, for us to have accounted for 115,000 residents, and we have just one pool in the city. That's a lot of wear and tear on one pool, and it's very inconvenient for people to have to come to Welcome All to swim. We're going to be right back where we were if we don't try to get more swimming pools in this city. Additionally, I need to have a conversation with you about the Miracle League. That was a park and recreation program on the county side, and it did not properly transition to the city of South Fulton. We have adopted an all-inclusive legislation that Councilmember Gums has, she led that, and we need to own up to it. We have a large program with special need kids who deserve to play. And right now they're playing in our gym because they weren't properly transitioned. So I will talk to you more about that when we have our meeting on the 12th and give you the history of that. But they were a park and recreation program, and Park and Recreation started that program, and staff facilitated that program. And when we got over here to the city of South Fulton, for some reason, the individuals they left and went and that started the program, they left and went to Union City. They were hired, and that program just fell by the wayside. So I need to have a conversation with you about the Miracle League, and if we can't do it this budget, maybe 2026 budget, putting something in the capital line for them to get a feel. And I did visit Douglas County Field, and I know you're familiar with it. And I'll give you more information on that on the 12th when we have our meeting. Thank you.
All right, seeing and hearing no further comments, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for the budget hearing. Mr. Clerk, do we have any speakers?
We do have one person that submitted a card, Ms. Tamiko Leverett.
All right, come forward. Please state your name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
Greetings. Tamiko Leverett. I am part of District 5, 5825 Mallory. In the previous council meeting, I asked several questions that neither council, mayor, nor the city manager provided an answer to during the meeting, nor after the meeting. My contact information is provided on the speaker form. So as residents, we should expect our representatives to answer the legitimate questions we ask, or our question, why are you in those seats? The city provides budget hearings for the residents to provide comments before the council approves it. But how can we comment on a budget that is provided as a PowerPoint? How do residents or council members determine if the budget is legitimate if there are no line items showing the designated funding amounts for specific actions? Providing a budget report with general descriptions allows the city manager to answer whatever question you ask with "that's in there," then maneuver the dollars after it's passed to do whatever they want. As the overseers for city fiscal responsibility, how can you approve a budget that's not completed besides your changes? If it was, then why can't the true designated funding amounts be released for comments and questions? I believe these hearings are held to check a box, not to get true feedback. For example, last year, the council requested a grant department and an audit department. 2 people is not enough to serve the needs of the city this size for grants. Additionally, no funding was provided for the audit department this year. Does the council care how much money was wasted or finance overpaid, or people are able to steal because the city manager disregarded the request and the council did not enforce the request? We are a city functioning in chaos, and the council ignores actions that would help the city. So, who benefits from the chaos of dysfunction?
All right, thank you for your comments. I will just, give me 1 second here. Can you pull up, I'm sharing my screen, Mr. Clerk.
So you're sharing your screen?
Yes. Yeah, this is it. All right. So I do just want to make clear for everyone watching and listening, if you do go to cityofsouthfultonga.gov, right on the homepage, there is a 25 budget and a 24 budget. You can find all of the information about our current budget and our next year's budget, as well as all of the budget presentations that you are hearing today. We always publish all of that. You can find that again at www.cityofsouthfultonga.gov. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, you got to close the public hearing.
I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. I'm sorry. Thank you. And please sound the next item.
Next item, that brings us to agenda items under Roman numeral 7A, procurements and contracts. Request council approval to consolidate existing Axion agreements and expand capabilities to incorporate body-worn cameras and in-car cameras, interview room cameras, and virtual reality training. The cost is $1.7 per year over a 10-year contract. The contract will be funded from the Public Safety Camera Fund 212.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the contract with Axion to expand capabilities, incorporate body-worn cameras, in-car cameras, interview cameras, and virtual reality training in the amount of $1.7 million per year over a 10-year contract period. Source of funding would be the Public Safety Traffic Camera Fund. In addition, I approve to procure South Fulton Police Department vehicle outfitting service and equipment from Dana Safety Supplies, contract number GS-07F-0512T for amount not to exceed $298,064. The funding source is the Public Safety Traffic Camera Fund. In addition, I approve the purchase of property at Hathcott Road, South Fulton, Georgia, 87.795 acres at a cost of $1,247,193.07, as well as the purchase of West Stubbs, 19.9 acres at $287,259.91, as well as approved Cedar Grove Road, 30.92 acres at a cost of $1,590,000. West Stubbs, 46 acres at a cost of $938,507.02.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take this vote by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved. 5.
Yes.
Approved 6-7-0 unanimously. Those are items A1, 2, B1, 2, 3, and 4.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 5 under request council approval of a resolution authorizing the creation of a Veterans Planning and Advisory Committee. This is sponsored by Councilmember Pritchett.
Councilwoman Pritchett.
I move to approve the resolution authorizing the creation of a Veterans Planning and Advisory Committee.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yes.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
In reading this resolution, it stated that a council member was going to be serving. Did I read that correctly on this board?
Mr. Attorney Hyman, can you explain this to Councilwoman Willis, please?
Yeah, my question was directed to either the city manager or the city attorney. While he's looking for that, city manager, one of the hesitations you had with creating more boards was that you didn't have the staff to own these boards. You didn't have the staff to provide the correct oversight. Is that still the case?
So you had the presentation on the boards, authorities, commissions, and some of them are not really functioning. We do have a limited number of staff. Councilwoman in this instance has said she would staff the Veterans Committee, which is why I think it's written that way, but I'll let the city attorney respond. The reality is we only have so many resources. When we take up the report, as provided by the city clerk. We are going to come back with some recommendations. I think some of the committees are not meeting according to their enabling legislation. So if that's the case, they probably need to go away.
But my concern with this is that if we codify this, we're responsible for what happens. And when council members have served on boards before, it was total chaos. One is the naming committee, the Older American Board, and I have documented emails where it was chaotic. I just, you know, I want to honor our veterans, and we do honor our veterans. Do we have to? Does the city have to be responsible? Can't they organize outside of the city so we won't be responsible for overseeing another board or what happens?
I don't know that. I don't have an answer for that.
Can you give us? Have you found my?
Under section 2, the second paragraph, when there's a vacancy, it can be filled by a council member. But prior to that section, under section 2, each council member is allowed, including the mayor, to make 2 member appointments with staggered terms. I think that Councilman Pritchett can explain the rationale to give the option to kind of guide and make sure the committee is going in the right direction, if necessary, was my understanding for wanting to have maybe a council person sit there, but it's primarily designed, according to resolution, to have each council member appoint someone there and to kind of have an interface with the veteran community. That's my understanding of the purpose of the legislation.
But again, who's over the board?
The board would form, and if going to the next section, they would establish their applicable meeting rules and bylaws once the board convenes. From my understanding, from my conversation with Councilman Pritchett, is that there's a need or desire to have a liaison, which this committee would be with veterans, and just kind of hear and get a sense of what their needs are in the community city of South Fulton, and try to, for lack of a better word, and I won't put words in Councilman Pritchett's mouth, direct them to the right place, identify resources for them, things of that nature. But I'll let Councilman Pritchett go into more detail.
My question is, our city manager is in charge of daily operations. We are policymakers. We don't sit on boards. We sit on the council. My city manager, we had a whole discussion last week about how we have boards now that's not functioning and that's not even giving us the information we need. So who is going to, and she's saying she has limited staff. And we even agreed last week that we weren't going to recreate any more boards until we get a handle of what we currently have. So who is going to oversee this board if the city manager is saying she doesn't have the capacity to?
And I'll let Councilman Pritchett go into detail about who's going to oversee it. I just drafted legislation with the vision in mind of the council person. You're electing citizens that's primarily going to be the ones that comprise the committee, and it has the option of vacancy is there to where a council member sits there. From my understanding, from listening to what the city manager mentioned, that she will not need to expend any city resources that put a strain on the budget. That's what I know. You probably have to get more information from Councilman Pritchett.
I yield.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to be clear that we did have a meeting last week. The last council meeting, we discussed boards and committees. And after we discussed boards, committees, events, and we discussed all kind of things, Councilwoman Willis, you came up with committee and you expect everyone to support your initiatives. So this is something that is near and dear to me. Last year, I actually dropped this in the legislative portal over a year ago. We have done activities with veterans, and honestly, The boards that you mentioned, that you say were in chaos, I was involved in those boards. I was the chair of the renaming committee, and also the senior, or whatever
Older
name it was
Americans.
given, the Older Americans Committee. I helped Councilwoman Jackson chair that, and we had activities. And all boards have their conflicts, have their issues, but ultimately, I have offered to chair this and to host the meetings. We will meet quarterly. We want to get the consensus of seniors. We want to identify who, I mean, not seniors, but our veterans. We want to get a consensus, understand what their needs are, put on activities, have events, have a good time, and I am going to make the sacrifice to chair those meetings, to host those meetings. And with that being said, I'm calling for the question.
All right.
Well, I called for the question. I've heard people call for the question as soon as they're being recognized. So I call for the question.
We'll ask our attorney and parliamentarian, is it okay for Councilwoman Pritchett to call the question? I'm sorry, that we have a point of order on the floor. I'm asking our attorney to opine.
Not the speaker to call for it, but somebody else to call for the question.
Okay, we'll go to the next person in the queue. It was Councilwoman Williams-Brown, or did you drop out of the queue? Did we lose you?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I was, Councilwoman Pritchett just said what I was going to say regarding our last meeting, where we had a lengthy discussion about not creating any more boards, and then we turned around 2 hours later and created a board. And so I do think that we need to pick a struggle. Either we are not going to create any more boards and committees, or we are going to ignore everything that we said and all the discussions and presentations and what the city manager presented us with, and continue creating them. But we need to come down. We need to make a decision on what we are doing so that we are not operating in hypocrisy.
All right, Dr. Rao.
You know, I always try to be in the middle. So my recommendation is, I will say I have concerns about any boards being staffed by city council members. I think that's the precedence we don't want to go back to. And plus, we want to make sure that minutes, everything are captured in the way that we need to, because they are also be subjected to open records requests and everything that comes with it. I'm wondering if we can look at this and find a compromise in terms of, you know, taking some recommendations, sunsetting it at some point, and finding somebody in the city who could cover it for this period of time, whatever we determine. You know, veterans are near and dear to my heart as well, but I also know this is not our primary focus as a municipality, although I would be interested to see what other cities do to support their veterans. I don't think this should be an ongoing committee that's indefinite, but maybe for a period of time, a year, I don't know, a year or two, and to find the appropriate staff. And if the city manager could figure out who this could be assigned to, I would be happy to support with those kind of questions being answered.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Let me clarify. Yes, the use of force board was created, and it is supported by the city manager and the police chief, but no council member is sitting on that board, and that board is under the direction of our police chief. So we don't have to find anybody to support that board. That board is under the direction of our police chief, and that board is already in existence. So we're not creating another board. We're not creating another board. The board is already in existence. We're adding citizens to an existing board, and the board is under police. And this board in the city, and that was one of the reasons the city manager and the police chief supports this board. As a daughter of a retired 21-year master sergeant, I wholeheartedly support veterans. My mother was taken care of by TRICARE Insurance, thanks to the service that my father gave. So I wholeheartedly support veterans. My husband is a veteran. My deceased brother is a veteran. My grandfather is a veteran. My mother is buried in a veteran cemetery. What I am simply saying is that I have documented proof that when council members have been on, and I didn't call any names, I have documented proof when council members have been on boards and oversaw boards, it was total chaos. I have emails from the members of those committees, and it was total chaos that I can forward to every council member, and you can see for yourselves. I do agree with Council Member Rao. We should not have a council member chairing this, and we need to figure out who's going to own this and oversee this. I would recommend that we bring this back when all of those items have been decided. But to say that I want people to support me, that's a misrepresentation. And the two people who said it are the two people who voted against it and did everything in their power to kill it. So, I'm not against it. I just think we need to, just like I had to take 2 months to bring the use of force back, and I incorporated everybody's comments. Till I got it to the point where our city manager and the department head, the police chief, supported it, and the police chief owns it. Thank you.
Well, if we're going to question the effectiveness of boards because of badly behaved council members, Mr. Pro Tem, I'm going to let you have the last word. We're going to close the queue and then we're going to vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My very first year on council, I don't know what was happening before, but my very first year on council, I happened to meet some veterans, and I sat down and listened to them for a few hours. And when we took our first trip to Washington, D.C., we even started to do some work with our congressional representative. And we look into doing some things here. And I can tell you, most of their problems are not municipal problems. Okay, most of their problems lie within getting things like their benefits and accessibility to those benefits and the cost and the processing of their benefits on application. That's the problem that they have mostly. I think that year I threw a fish fry and invited all my colleagues on council to come along. We had a really good time. We met some great people. Some of them still come out and volunteer some of my events. I continue to talk with them. And last year we did the Veterans Parade. It was the first one, and it was well supported by the people who came to participate and the veterans. We recognize a lot of them. I'm saying all of that to say I'm not sure that we need a full sitting board to deal with the things that they need to. What we need to do as a government is to find a ways as we lobby for everything else and to lobby Washington for help for the veterans in our city, to lobby our county to help with some of the health issues that they might be facing and access to health care and all that. So for me, it's really about the effectiveness of a group. And yes, when I came on council, I started asking questions about council members sitting on some of these boards and authorities and whatever not. And quite frankly, I just wanted to know why and how those are working, and they did not work well, right? Some people were upset with me because I asked some of the questions, and that was okay. I don't mind asking the questions because I just need to know the answer so I know how to behave and how to function. So with regards to council members operating on and chairing these boards and things, I am not feeling that at all. What I'm willing to do is to be part of some sort of group to figure out how we get together, and we don't have to have a committee that will have to be staff and whatever not. I mean, also finally, last thing, a lot of these veterans, they're already in their groups. That if we want to make some appointments and go around to some of their meetings and collect information, to find out we can do that. Doesn't need a standing board to do that at all, that we have to manage. So that's my recommendation and my 2 cents. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, did we have a motion in a second?
Yes, sir. We have a motion by Councilmember Pritchett, seconded by Councilmember Gumbs to approve.
All right, I'm going to refer to our parliamentarian. Can a member shout out substitute motion from the dais without being recognized and interrupt the vote that is in progress?
Any member of council needs to wait to be recognized by the chair for the
All right.
motion.
There is a vote in progress. I'm going to take this vote by a show of hands to approve.
So, Councilmember Williams Brown, are you voting?
Yes, I voted yes in the chat.
Okay, thank you. That item received 4 votes. District 2, District 5, District 7, and District 6.
All right, please sound the last item.
For the record, item 6, my understanding is being held.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I do want to hold that. We didn't, if I could just get a motion to lay that on the table. We didn't have the presentation. This was for the event. The event has been postponed, but we didn't remove this when we approved the agenda, did we, Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Did we remove this item when we approved the agenda?
We did not, yeah, but
Yeah, so I would be happy to entertain a motion to lay this on the table. All right. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take that vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved, 7-0, unanimously.
All right. Now, last item.
Oh, we have the first one.
Last item, well, not the last item, but council consideration of an override of the mayor's veto of a resolution directing the establishment of a City of South Fulton Use of Force Advisory Committee board as approved by the City Council on August 27, 2024 by a vote of 5-2.
All right, I just want to introduce this by saying I am in full support of a use of force board. I do just want to make sure that some of the items that we heard talked about are memorialized in the resolution. Those are my reservations. And with that, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move to overrule the chair's veto.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take this vote by a show of hands.
No.
I record this motion to override approve 5. Councilman Pritchett, are you voting in affirmative or negative? The override was approved 5-2.
All right, please sound the first reads.
First reads, we have 5 of them. First is first read of an ordinance adopting the FY 2025 budget. The next is the first read of ordinance to amend Chapter 6, Tree Preservation of Title 14, Environmental, Section 14-6012, Bonding of the Code of Ordinance, City of South Fulton, Georgia. That's sponsored by Councilmember Willis. We also have the 3 zoning items that are for first read, which is KZ 24-010, application by TDS Builders, LLC, care of Medina Jet, requesting rezone from Sub C to CUP to construct 30 single-family detached homes on 45.77 acres of land in District 3. Also, first read of KZ 24-014, application by Jordan Walker, care of Melvin Walker III, requesting rezone M1 to R3 for the purpose of constructing a single-family home on 0.97 acres. And the last first read is the text amendment TA 24-001, an amendment to the South Fulton Code of Ordinance, zoning ordinances, section 2076, section 60202, and section 904.04 of the zoning ordinance to accommodate data centers. And the last item would be the approval of the 3 additional special use permit items.
Oh, so we do have one more item to vote for?
Yes.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion to approve those 3 additional special events.
I move to approve the 3 additional special events.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take this vote by show of hands.
Yes.
I record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, and I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded.
Show of hands.
But let's take this vote by a show of hands.
I record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0. We are adjourned at 9:05 p.m. Thank you.
All right, we'll see you all at our voter education event at the 50-yard line.
Board of Education.
Explain to me certain things.